Extraordinary late. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on your way in. Mr. Z is here this morning. What's going on, y'all? It's gonna be an open panel, but I want to hit certain points off first, right? So once again, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. This is kind of a part two to a video I created last night, which was entitled "Dangerous to Whom Exactly?" Right? So Nema and a couple of other people asked me if I was going to do a live, so I said I would do one this morning, and here we go. All right, so um, okay. Let's start off with Mr. Themis. All right. Come to find out, and if you look at my in the description box, you can follow along. There's certain different points I want to hit. Come to find out, Themis went to law school, and Themis is either an attorney or a lawyer. Um, which means that he knows how to form an argument. Um, at least his default should be logical, um, et cetera, et cetera. And that makes what he's doing even more dangerous because this is not a dummy. As I keep on saying, we have a very intelligent, educated black people within the black community, and their agenda is what make turns them out to be a fool, right? Themis, from what we can see, I could be wrong about this, but at least from how he presents, um, is rainbow flag. Cool. All right. We know we have rainbow flag people in the black community. But as I said to the brother FD signifier, these queer folks, these LGBTQs speaking on straight issues can do that because they don't have to live the consequences of what they're advocating for and what they're saying. Themis is an example of that. He can keep on being black women's favorite gay black friend and literally just regurgitating the same talking points as them, right? And sometimes in even a more convincing manner because he's an attorney or a lawyer. And he doesn't have to worry about the way he speaks. Now, Themis was on Crystalin Karazin show, and shout out to the brother. I think Adrian sent me that also. Shout out to you, brother. It's funny enough, I was already checking it out. I think somebody else sent it to me in a comment section on the video. I was like, I was already watching it, so it's thank you very much. But Themis was on Crystalin Karazin's channel, and they were speaking about the article. Now you already know what they did, and you're right. They avoided the part of white men not being interested like the plague. Themis being as educated as he is, what makes him dangerous is how he kept on framing it. The problem is that black men are not on black women's level. Black women need to open up their options. Now, Themis didn't use those exact words. This is when you start getting into legalese, and this is when you start getting into like kind of that side speech that implying, suggesting things, right? Inferring things, but never outright saying it. So they didn't go up the middle and say, black men ain't ish, black women, you need to step out, excuse me, date out because it's what's best for you. They never actually went exactly there. Crystalline or Themis. They tried to keep it classy, even though they were petty about Kevin Samuel's death a few times and black men and passport bros a few times. But they tried to keep it classy. So once again, borderline, and Themis was engaging in this, the benign neglect, the dog whistle, the saying your name without saying your name. Themis was doing that about black men. Like I said to y'all before, Themis on his own stream has slipped up multiple times by referring to black men like he's not a black man, even though his sexuality may be different, right? Even though his sexuality might be a little different, he keeps on speaking like he's not a black man, right? The only real pushback he has for anybody is when Cynthia G starts speaking about aborting black males, and now he has something to say, of course, because he's a black male. But everything else he approves of, right? Now, when FD was speaking to Themis, Themis spoke as if he wants to see the betterment of black people, um, black women in particular. Once again, this benign neglect of black men, right? He had a real issue with Themis focusing on black men. Hmm. Especially without chastising, degrading, belittling black men. Even though FD was like, I want to go over there with some love, Themis wasn't trying to hear it, of course. Traumatized, I'm pretty sure. Um, Themis, you really got to get that childhood trauma checked, bro. That law degree isn't hiding what everybody sees. Now, let's continue. Themis spoke as if he wants to see the betterment of black men too, because of the betterment of black women, obviously. You go through Themis's chat, because I'm doing what FD did to me. You go through Themis's channel, you go through the titles of the videos, you go to his lives, ain't nothing talking about nothing systemic. Oops. Nothing talking about economic forces. Yikes. Nothing talking about what's going on politically. Oops. Inflation. Yikes. You go through his community tab, same thing. So let me get this right. We want to see the betterment of the black community and the betterment of black men for black women by doing what? Just constantly telling black men how garbage they are and by blowing smoke up black women's rear end? Wait a minute. Haven't we been doing that for the past 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 decades since the plantation? Haven't we been doing that already, Themis? BGS, you already know I'm down. You already know I'm down. And BGS says we should start doing some lefty streams. And Big Kev says Themis is mad most black men aren't interested in him. Big Kev with the jokes in the early morning. Big Kev, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if his mannerisms and being a Caribbean man, if his mannerisms of that of a stush high sedity Jamaican woman, and by the way, growing up in South Florida, Themis mannerisms and the way he speaks is that of a stush wannabe upper middle class Jamaican woman. Now, from my understanding, Themis said he didn't have to pay for law school. I know where y'all minds just went and how he paid for law school. We're gonna leave that alone. But assuming that his family is one of those families with some money and some status, right? Oh, I'll make you a list, BGS. And BGS says I need that list, right? Okay, okay. Give me a couple days. I'll make you that list, right? I'll email it to you. And assuming that Themis people had some money and some status, Themis, if you've ever been around some Jamaicans with a little bit of money, whether it's legitimate or illegitimate, Themis comports himself just like a stush, um, rich, upper middle class Jamaican woman, and not even a young one either. He comports himself like an older exer boomer Jamaican woman with some money, right? So Themis is on Crystalin Karazin's channel. They're trying to stay classy, but they're being petty at the same time, but not neglect of black men. But the most dangerous thing that Themis engaged in here is always angling. It's the Overton window, right? Always angling the conversation to black men are just not good enough. Black men are not doing their part. Now, when they get to the part and practicing respectability. Now, like I said before, I'm gonna start saying this like every other video. If my conservative brethren want me to critique the left, the black, we're talking about lefties, BGS. If they want me to critique the left, y'all want me to give them something to listen to, right? I'm asking y'all, where are y'all at with these Crystalin Karazins, the Chrissies, the Mahogany Pink, excuse me, yeah, well, Mahogany Pink, the Chrissies, the Paris Milans, the Real Talk with Yannies, the Crystalin Karazins. These are all conservative women, right? Once again, everybody wants to speak personal responsibility when we start speaking about black men. Ain't nobody want to talk about systemic anything. Everybody want to speak about accountability and personal and individual responsibility. Once we start speaking about black men, all of the systemic issues go out the window, right? Because black men are king agency. They have all the agency in the world. And we start trafficking in the, well, I'm doing it, so why you not doing it? Now, Themis being an attorney or a lawyer, there's a difference. Themis being that you think Themis don't know, and he mentions it a little bit tacitly, and he just calls it anti-intellectualism in men. Themis got a real issue with straight men, y'all. No, it's not that the system has fashioned itself to be more beneficial to women. Nope. I would love to see Richard Reeves and Themis speak about this, right? So black men got an issue, but somehow magically Latino men and white men are also falling prey to the same type of issue. Huh. And it's because these men practice anti-intellectualism. Well, if the intelligence is super ultra mega feminine and hostile to male behavior and male ways of thinking and moving, including the boys, yeah, I guess these guys, these young men, are anti-intellectual. What Themis was engaging in on Crystalin Karazin's channel and when he was speaking to FD Signifier is bow down, black men, bow down, men. Women run it now, just kiss their ass and move along. That's what I did. Oops. Once again, like Donovan said off the grapevine, the black community is a matriarchy, and we got to try to. And I don't remember exactly how it went, but essentially we got to find a way to reconcile this because the men ain't going. Donovan saw that. That video got to be like 5 years old at this point. You think Themis don't see it? Themis see it also. What he's trying to do is chastise black men for not bowing down. Number one. Number two, once again, all the implications of you need to go swirl and divest black women. It's best for your health. And the article pretty much said they're open to that, they're amenable to that, and it's not happening. Oops. That part. Oh yeah, that part. And Themis, being as skilled of a debater as he is, did everything in the world to skip over that. They're speaking about, oh, the problem is black women are not trying to be connected in college and university. The problem is that and Crystalin gives stories of when she was in college, all her homegirls were doing each other's hair on nights when they should be clubbing and trying to meet and connect with other people, non-black men, white men, being the bust downs for white men. And that's the issue, right? And she regrets not taking these opportunities when she was in college and university. And they're doing everything to damage control the part of the article that focuses on black women not having any real chance with white guys and non-black guys. They're doing everywhere you go, from Chrissy to Crystalin Karazin to Themis. Everybody playing damage control about white supremacy racism. The fact that the white guys ain't interested, right? So yeah, they do a little tacit same group preference thing. Yeah, they touched on it just a smidge, just a little bit. But then once again, they put the onus on black women not being open to non-black men. Now let's pause right here. Watching this, what came to mind, and for those of you that don't know, Martin Lawrence and Eddie Murphy, children dating each other right now. Martin's daughter and Eddie's son are dating each other right now. And what came to my mind is all the children, the second generation money of black people who aren't with white people. And it reminds me of Russell Simmons' daughter. She's graduated high school from now. And I think she went to prom with a white dude and whatever. But speaking on how racist some of these white boys in her classrooms were. This is Russell Simmons' daughter, y'all. This is in New York, y'all. Now, if Russell Simmons' daughter gave y'all let me speak like a black woman on this, spilled the tea for y'all on that, and how these white boys in high school with her famous dad are still making race jokes to her, low-key calling her an N-word. She told y'all this. Why do you think not? That would explain why so many of these the children of celebrity and the first and second gen of black money are still ending up with black people, because the white people still not letting them in. They're still talking to them crazy. They're still implying racist stuff. Now, what we're supposed to believe from Crystalin Karazin and Themis is the problem is black women in colleges and universities aren't open to interracial relationships with non-black men, specifically white men. Meanwhile, The children of rich and famous black people are running into the wall of rich and famous white people, children being racist as crap, anti-black specifically. Huh. And that's at that level. This is the top 1% of this country. Huh. But what we're supposed to believe from Themis and from Crystalin Karazin is the problem is black women aren't trying to hobnob, pun intended, with non-black men, particularly white men, enough in colleges and university. Huh. Like I told y'all, every time something crucial was read in that article, they once again obfuscated and well, the real issue is either black men are not there and they're losers and they're not holding up their end. This is where Themis comes in, or black women aren't open enough and they're not doing the correct and right things to put them in the situations to rub elbows with non-black people, not only for intimacy and for future air quotes partnership in relationship, but just to have those type of connections, etc., etc. Now, if I'm not mistaken, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I always bring this up as an example. College school scandal. White people getting caught up in it, Asian people getting caught up in it, Latinos getting caught up in it. You know who didn't get caught up in it? Black people. Why does Mr. Z bring up the college school scandal? To tell you, even when you got money and even when you rubbing elbows with some of the white folks, they still not letting you know all the things they onto. So once again, tying this to Themis and Crystalin Karazin's conversation, the black people with some money and some status, they're not exactly telling you, but they're telling you, even when they up there, they still not in there. Ooh, Mr. Z, put it in the book. Even when they up there, they're not in there. And yet the issue is now we already have study after study after study that show how much white men have no problem rolling in the hay with a black woman, but when it comes down time to claim her in public, oops, make her a real girlfriend, yikes, potentially a wife, yoink. But yet Themis and Crystalin Karazin once again chastise black men for not being there and black women for not trying hard enough. And because he is an attorney or a lawyer, he has the skill to do it. And you read through Crystalin Karazin comments, and they're none the wiser. And Themis' goal is a success, protecting the sensibilities and the feelings of black women once again, instead of telling them the straight up truth that these white guys is just that racist and anti-black and not interested. Yeah, we might as well go back to Jim Crow. They still see you as just the fun toy for the masses of them. Now, does that mean that we're not going to have black women that are married to white men? Of course, that doesn't mean that. Black women married to Latinos? Of course, that doesn't mean that. In any significant number, oops. Once again, shout out to Better You cannot sex your way to the top. The anti-blackness in this system, you ain't going to be able to mix baby your way out of that. Right? So, other points. Just making sure we go through the points here. Give me a second, yo. What else we got? Oh, talking about lefties, let's keep going. Like I was saying last night, shout out to Amanda, Marianne, cute little sister doing her thing, her video essays and whatnot. I think she's Gen Z. It's fitting. Um, okay, Miss Amanda, you can't critique Mindy Kaling on one end and then low key kind of worship white dudes on the other end. And I know that you don't think that's what you were doing, but as a person a little bit older than you, that's what you're doing. And don't listen to the other black women. They're going to tell you that's not what you're doing either. And F these black men. Like I said last night, we have to have a real conversation about how colorism and featureism and the racial hierarchy in America, how it affects women of color, particularly black women, and how they see themselves and how they see the men of their own group, their race, their ethnicity. It's way too convenient for all these lefty supposed radical black women and women of color and all these feminists and all these women that want to see other women win and all these women of color that want to see other women of color win, and they're always chastising the white infrastructure for not appreciating their beauty while also chastising the men of their own race for not seeing their beauty and appreciating their beauty. And they're always, whenever you put a camera in their face or a microphone in their face, they're telling you how men of their own race don't appreciate their beauty or didn't appreciate their beauty or don't appreciate their features. And we always end up with them in relationships with white men, not black men, not Latino men, not darker Arab or Persian men, not South Asian men, not indigenous men, but white men. Huh. So we talk crap about white patriarchy on one end, and then we try to get down with it on the other end. And we think criticizing it, what, absolve us of actually really wanting a white patriarch, but a liberal one. A one whose daddy and granddaddy and great granddaddy is the one who went around the world and raped and pillaged it. So now he could sit down plush and nice and act like he's not benefiting from it. And now we could come in and be with him and pretend like all of that in the past didn't happen and he's not benefiting from it, and he still doesn't pull that card on you every once in a while. Shout out to all you black women who thought you were winning by being with a white liberal man and he checked you every once in a while about your race. Oops. And your socioeconomic position because of your race. Oops. It's real interesting watching East Asian women say they don't want to be with East Asian men because East Asian men acting like this is the era of colonialism. You can't police East Asian women and who they're with, fine. Then you got South Asian women saying darker skinned South Asian women saying darker skin South Asian men don't appreciate their beauty, then they're with white men. Okay. Then you got black women saying black men are not on their level, they're not educated enough, they don't have the class, they don't speak well enough, you can't take them out in public, they're um homophobic, transphobic, misogynist monsters, then they end up with white men. You got the indigenous women who chastise indigenous men for being drunkards, not fighting enough, being lazy bums, then they end up with white men. Jesus Christ. Right? Huh. You got the Latino women who talk about machismo coming from Latino men and how they're overly masculine. They're always posturing and they're doing too much. And then they end up with white men. Women of color, there's a pattern here. I thought y'all said it was the men of color who worship white people and white skin and white women, and they're the ones who's practicing colorism and featureism and always trying to date and marry up into whiteness and you know what, right? Black women chastising black men. You can't talk black and sleep white. Meanwhile, huh? So speaking about lefty women, radical left women talking all this crap about white patriarchy and misogyny and blah 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 blah, then y'all want to be with white men in particular. And like Miss Amanda Marianne said, right, about these characters and these people that comport themselves like a woman wrote their character, these men who speak and act like a woman wrote their character, and her two examples are white guys, of course. And she doesn't see the irony in that, of course. Well, let rewind. Mr. Z is actually not being fair. She brings it up, she mentions it, right? These are white dudes, well-to-do, straight white men, but you still prefer them, though. Yikes. It's interesting the different ways women, particularly women of color, recreate white supremacist notions. particularly educated women of color, right? They, like I said last night, they think they're above it because they do tacit punches at it every once in a blue moon. Meanwhile, they secretly want to be validated by these same white guys. You know, and I know Fab Socialism wouldn't like how I keep on saying this over and over again, but Fab, you said it because you know it, and we both, everyone knows what it is. It's interesting to see all these radical, for her, Fab Socialism was saying, it's interesting to see all these radical black women with white guys. There's something there. Yeah, Fab, there's something there. But women of color are doing their very best to stay away from the fact that they have an inferiority complex, an insatiable inferiority complex. They don't like where they rank with their femininity in this white supremacist society. And so they go run into the white dude to validate them in their femininity. Yikes. Meanwhile, saying that's not what they're doing. It's very clear what you're doing here. Right? Huh. Maybe y'all don't see yourselves. Maybe y'all so busy chastising men of color, black men in particular, that y'all don't see what y'all engaging in. Because it's very clear. So on that point, let's move to the next one. I'm going to open up the panel in a little bit, you guys. Okay. So, dangerous to whom exactly? Let's continue with last night. So, and we could tie this to Andrew Tate, who's black pill, and Kevin Samuels, who was red pill. Some argue purple pill, but okay. Not blue pill, let's say that. Now, this is your future. Dear left, dear right. To the Christian conservatives, the trad cons, right? Traditional Christian conservatives. To the trad cons, both black and white, but mainly white. To the Bible Belt in the South, both white and black. To the lefties in the Northeast and on the West Coast. This is your future because you don't have anything to offer the boys and the boys and the young men. Now, Mr. Z agrees with you. Blue pill is what's safer and better for society. You are the ones who are forcing the boys to be red pill and black pill. You are the ones who are forcing the young men to be red pill and black pill because you're not actually offering them anything they want. Not only are you not offering anything they want, you're not even offering something that would change their mind. That's your fault, right? Shout out to Rogish. Rogish thought it was funny when I said that, so I got to say it again. That's your fault, both on the right, all you got is Bible verses to hit them upside the head with. And on the left, retarded notions of intersectionality that just puts bitter black women at the top of the whole hierarchy. Have fun with that. Notions of feminism that just put women that want power just as much you say men want power, want to rule over people just as much as you say men want to, just as crass, just as mean, just as dismissive, just as inhumane. These people, y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. These people who you say are more moral, have a better vision, don't have to be posture, don't have the machismo. All these women you claim aren't this. Meanwhile, you put them in positions of power and they pretty much move like the men, if not worse. Well, if we take down patriarchy, then they can have another model. Try again. It's because of the male model. Try again. You you have women experimenting with only hiring women and watching that thing go bust in a matter of years because of how catty it was. and all the subliminals and all the sneak disses. Not a man in sight. Huh. You're gonna continue to have Andrew Tate. Y'all could disappear Andrew Tate tomorrow. You're gonna have another one. And quite frankly, they're just gonna become more and more potent. The message is gonna become more and more sharp. Of course it is. When Mr. Z says dangerous to whom exactly? That's a real question. Is it dangerous to individual women? No. Most of these men aren't trying to harm women. They're not going to harm women physically. Are they going to harm women emotionally by becoming recluse for the poor ones? Yeah, maybe. Harm women economically by removing their resources? Probably. Harm women mentally by showing themselves as passport bros, whether it be white or black? Probably. Right? What you see everywhere with the chastising of passport bros is why won't you do for us here? You selfish prick. You a-hole. Why are you bringing your resources over there for some dirty foot woman? Why are you trying to take advantage of a woman over there that doesn't know any better? Work yourself to death for me here. And remember, I will never be satisfied no matter what you do. That's not actually part of the deal. It's your job to work for me here in the US. Work yourself to death for me and other women. Do for me and other women here, even though we will never be satisfied or content, let alone happy. Right? You have a job to do. It's a dereliction of duties, right? You are neglecting your responsibilities by going overseas and finding a more pliable woman for cheaper. How dare you? How dare you, black man? How dare you, white man? For some of you Latinos, how dare you go back to Honduras, to Mexico, to Chile, and try to find a woman from the old country for cheaper? For you Asians, how dare you go back to Laos, Cambodia, China, Japan, Korea? Oop, not China, well, not Japan and Korea. How dare you go back to Vietnam? How dare you go back to the Philippines and try to find a woman back in the old country for cheaper and that's more pliable? How dare you? For Central Asians, how dare you go back to Iraq? How dare you go back to Iran? How dare you go back to Yemen, Oman, Saudi Arabia? How dare you? Afghanistan, Pakistan, how dare you? Find a more amenable woman for cheaper. Yeah, you're gonna have to spend money on those women too. Yeah, but they're cheaper. Yeah, but you're gonna have to legitimize her and bring her and make her a citizen over here. Yeah, but she's cheaper. She's gonna divorce you too. And at least I got more years with her in a marriage than I do with you in a marriage over here. Right? And Kaneda says, fully agree with your assessment of the so-called moral female leadership. Just the entitled version of power-hungry man. That's all it is. Everyone from Sheryl Sandberg to Elizabeth Holmes to the one that used to be the CEO of what Comp USA or whatever, what the one that ran for president back in what 2016 or was that 2012? Did she run when Barack was running? Can't remember. All of these women pretty much, but what's the Hillary Clinton? What are you talking about? Exactly, Kaneda. You're right. And Beefin says, question, Themis is a lawyer or an attorney. Is he talking about Themis and thought? Yes, that Themis, yes. Right? So, what are we saying? This is how you get the red pill. This is how you get the black pill. Remember, like I said to FD, we are not chasing after these young men and boys. FD likes to say, okay, these boys and these young men go through bad heartbreaks. They stay in the manosphere for a couple years and then they realize it's a bunch of foolishness and they leave. Are you sure about that, sir? I'm gonna need to see the algorithm numbers for that. I'm gonna need to see proof for that. Remember, he had to concede it. They come over here seeking us. Like I told your sons are only one bad heartbreak away. FD, your sons are only one heartbreak away, one insult away. Until y'all address the girls and the women and the way they're speaking and acting, you will continue to get red pill and black pill men, regardless of race. Your ideological side, FD. Themis's ideological side. Crystalin Karazin's ideological side. Paris Milan's ideological side. Kim from Fort Harriet ideological side. Khadijah's ideological side. T Noor's ideological side have been blown. Amanda Marianne ideological side. What's her name? Cat Black, the trans brother, sister, she man to woman, trans ideological side. What you think, Mr. Z don't know? I don't be saying all their names all the time because I'll be spending a million years on it. By the way, BGS, that's another lefty, the trans Cat Black, that's another one. Amanda Marianne, that's another one. You already know about Kim from Fort Harriet, that's another one. Khadijah and Bo, that's another one. Off the obviously FD Signifier, that's another one. Teen Ward, that's another one. Julesy, that's another one. Right? Nappy headed Hoba, that's another one. That entire ideological side has been blown because most of the people I just mentioned are pretty young. They're still what, under 45 years old ish or something. But that ideological side is how you got blown smoke up women's rear ends, not offering the men anything for this supposed egalitarian society you try to build. Meanwhile, the women get to play I Am Woman, Hear Me Roar and Damsel in Distress at the same time. And you want the men to do what with that? So, men, you be egalitarian and you let the women decide day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute, second by second, whether they want to be I Am Woman, Hear Me Roar or Damsel in Distress. And just figure it out. And that's not just in intimate relationships, that's societally also. And then you wonder why the young men are becoming more and more red pill or black pill, right? You wonder why. Like I said, the poor ones with no money and maybe no social skills just drop out of society, play video games, maybe chill with friends and associates, masturbate, call it a day. The ones with a little bit of money in the black community go SYSBM, right? The ones with even more money are SYSBM and passport bros, mainly passport bros if they can afford to. The ones with even more money are black pill and they just buy women. They're very transactional with it. And how do you blame them? And shout out to Electric 480, excuse me, Electrician 480. I said Electric. Electrician 480. What's going on, brother? And he says, salute, Mr. Z, salute. What's going on, Electrician? Right? This is how you get the red pill and the blue pill. Excuse me, the red pill and the black pill. You get the red pill and the black pill because what are you offering? Okay, you want to take away patriarchy, whatever, because you think patriarchy is still here. Cool. You want to take away patriarchy. You want these men to be less misogynistic. You want them to be more open to egalitarian relationships. Meanwhile, the women don't actually want that, but okay. And you're offering them what? You're offering them what? Angry, mean, rude women as girlfriends and wives? Oh, I forgot. That's if they could get married in the first place. Oops. What are you offering them? Materialistic consumerists, women who also claim to be morally superior to their male counterparts? Women of color that worship at the altar, excuse me, women of color that worship at the altar of white men while chastising men of color and white patriarchy at the same time? That's what you're offering these young men of color? Huh. What are you offering these young men of color? Gay black men like Themis? That's what you're offering them? Queer black women like Khadijah? That's what you're offering them? Straight black women like Chrissy and Crystalin Karazin? That's what you're offering them? Young, cute black women that still secretly got a thing for white dudes while chastising white dudes like Amanda Marianne? That's what you're offering them? That's what the black left is offering young black men. All right. And you wonder why they're sticking the middle finger at you. Trans black women like Cat Black, that's what y'all offering black men? Y'all notice I covered the whole sexual spectrum, right? Y'all want to be inclusive, there you go. That's what y'all offering black men. Cat Black, Amanda Marianne, Chrissy, Crystalin Karazin for the more seasoned black men. They get Crystalin Karazin. Yikes. That's what y'all offering black men. Khadijah. Really? And you wonder why the Democrats have a man problem. Look at what you're offering the men. Look at what you're offering the men. Democrats have a man problem. No, duh. Dear men of color, everything is wrong with you because you're not the white man. Now let me go tell the white man that everything is wrong with him because he won't accept me and put me on the same level above his own white women. And you wonder what the issue is. Let me go chastise the white man's patriarchy all the time and his beauty standard, even though I wish he made me the beauty standard and I want to be down with his white patriarchy, whatever is left. Maybe that's why I want rich white men because they are the real patriarchs. Maybe that's why I chastise black men all the time. Huh. The Democrats have a man problem. Why are so many, even though it's a minority, why are so many black men more and more voting Republican? I don't know. Voting independent, staying home. Huh. I wonder why. If this is what the ideological left has to offer men particularly men of color, particularly black men, oh, y'all could pack it up. Y'all could pack it up. And it's not just Amanda Marianne. There was another little petite sister, same thing, educated, kind of has that look of homegirl that played Rue on Hunger Games, but obviously older. She makes video essays also. Same thing. All of it come down to white worship. Shout out to Fab Socialism for saying that. I know if you ever come across this, you're gonna be like, damn, Mr. Z, I don't like the way you're using it, but you said it and we both know it. Shout out to all these supposed lefty and radical black women, and it's not just black women, it's women of color, who got a thing for white men in particular. And yet we all supposed to act like we don't see it. Because every once in a while they take a little jab at white patriarchy or white lefty, white people in politics, white people's whole social makeup. No. Meanwhile, you check their social media, white boyfriend. Oh, well, there you go. Right. And thank you for the super sticker, Michael Ross. Thank you very much. And the left wonders why they have a man problem, particularly a growing man problem with black men. Meanwhile, they're cheering on the Gillette commercial, right? They're just ripping men to shreds socially. Anything you can do, I can do better. They're doing that to men, particularly men of color, and then wonder why men are like, yeah, I'm just gonna throw my hands up. Because you're telling me egalitarian, and I don't see nothing about these women that want egalitarian. I see women that want worker bees. Patriarchy without the patriarchs, except for the white ones at the top. I see women that want do boys, Captain Save'ems, and cleanup men. That's what I see. Now, if you call that egalitarianism, whoo, right? Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I'm gonna open it up in a minute. I just want to get these points off before I let everybody else up. And so, of course, you see it as dangerous, but you don't see it as the type of dangerous that Mr. Z sees it as. You're pushing these men over the edge. I hope you're ready to see more and more women hold up the sky by themselves. You're the ones who's making the young men red pill and black pill and indifferent. You are. The left and the right. Because you're not offering them anything. The right is offering them 1950s relationships, not gonna happen. And the left is offering them some new wage stuff that's not gonna, some fake egalitarianism. Egalitarianism in name only. It really is female leadership until ish hits the fan. Then you're cleanup man. Then you gotta fix things. Whether that's socially, whether that's in your own individual personal life. And we want the young men to eat that. We're telling the boys that's what we have in store for them. And you wonder why the boys and the men are becoming red pill and black pill. You have all the young women chastising the men everywhere they go, from middle school on up, really elementary school, middle school on up. Insulting the men as a way of showing female empowerment. Even Emma Watson had to address the issue. I'm a feminist, but I'm not a man hater or a man basher, because she even see what's going on in Britain. And homegirl ain't never had to work so hard in her life. She never worked. This lady got rich off of being an actress portraying a fictional character from a goddamn child's book. And she even telling y'all, yeah, these women are sounding crazy about how they talk about men. Yeah, I said I'm a feminist, but I don't hate men. Yeah, for those of y'all that don't know who Emma Watson is, that's the lady that the redhead that played um um Hermione in well, is she redhead, brunette, reddish brown? I mean, anyway, the one that played Hermione in Harry Potter. But she could see it on her level, and the rest of y'all can't. Okay, yeah, that's it. And that's what you have to offer the men and the boys. Egalitarianism in name only. 50-50 in name only. Equality in name only. And Trell Bentley says strawberry blonde. Okay, okay, okay. Right. Pensive, don't tell me that. Pensive, don't. Hey, shout out to Maya. And Pensive says, didn't Emma Watson talk about self partnering? Emma Watson need to stop playing and end up with one of them drill rappers in Britain. You want a dude with some money? Them white dudes ain't going. First of all, you getting a little old for them. If we're gonna be straight up, the white dudes with some money in Britain, you getting a little too old for them. Number one. Number two, they can afford to have a chick that look just like you with less means that's gonna appreciate them. You might as well just go. You do what Adele did and just either come over here and find you a black rapper or a black entertainer somewhere, or stay in Britain and find you one of them soccer players, football players over there, or one of them drill rappers and call it a day. But the white dudes, oh yeah, you can pack that up. I'm not saying it's the door's all the way closed, but you got about another 3 inches of door space left. Shout out to all you women that y'all see the white liberal dudes and y'all think they mean what they say. Meanwhile, look at their actual lifestyle. It's only a matter of time before Harry Styles runs into the wall of pretending. Shout out to you, Miss Amanda Marianne. That's why y'all felt so bad about what the Try Guys and the one of them that was cheating on his wife with the Asian chick, the Asian young woman. Of course, you think men don't know that y'all want us to pretend? Y'all want us to pretend. Y'all know we pretending. Y'all still want us to pretend. It's a power thing. Men are men are men. Yes, some of us are socialized different. We speak different. We might comport ourselves a little differently. But straight men, yeah, right? Now, if the women are paying for us to lean into a particular way of acting, or we'll lean into it, is that really us though? Shout out to Harry Styles. Is that really us? Or is that our marketing team? Yikes. And let me read this and I'm gonna let you guys up. And Kaneda says, speaking of holding up the sky, the Mickey D's and other fast food in my town are filled with women working jobs. They don't have a generation ago. Working jobs they didn't have a generation ago. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Working jobs they didn't have a generation ago. Yes. But that I mean, mm, should see Mr. Z with the shrug shoulders right now. Yeah, nothing wrong. This is what Mr. Z contends. I don't have a crystal ball. I could tell you what it looked like. Shout out to Jeff Brown, right? I can't tell you what it is. I can tell you what it sounds like. Shout out to Jeff Brown. I know I'm butchering how he says it, right? But I can't. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell the future. I could give you a prediction based off of what we know in the past and based off where we are now, how this is probably going to look. Does Mr. Z think that there's a light at the end of the tunnel? Oh yeah, but for the next, I don't know how many decades, maybe century, oh, this is hell. Oh, it's going to get dark. It is going to get darker for the women than the men. It's going to get darker for the women than the men. The numbers just don't add up for the women, including in particular the black women. Oh, the math don't math. And I'll pause right there. Actually, one more statement. This is where Themis being supremely disingenuous hurts black women, because just telling them to open up their options, and the problem is that black men are not on their level, and et cetera, takes away from their attitude and demeanor, and takes away from the fact that they're not pulling the white dudes also. That was the whole point of the article. The insider article, that was the whole point. They're not pulling the white guys either. It's not that they're not open or amenable to the white guys. It's that the white guys ain't checking, or the environment that the white guys have created is hostile to black women. That's the part y'all ignored. But the math ain't gonna math for black women, so I guess we're gonna have more air quotes rich aunties in the next few decades coming out of the black community, right? And Kaneda said they didn't have to work a generation ago. Oh yeah, well, this is how white this speaks to what I was saying earlier, and I'm gonna let you guys up. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Yeah, but this is what I was speaking to earlier when I said this is definitely a class and wealth issue, where white elite men are using women as the buffer class, and women will eat that up and then have an issue dating the men that rich white elite men slotted them in between, right? And y'all should be able to, I just dropped the link, so y'all should be able to click it. And there we go. Yeah. So somebody, oh, Pensive just dropped the link. Wait, let me see. Pensive dropped, what is it? NBC News, better. Okay. Pensive, what is that link to? better you, better you says, better you says, and yeah, it sounds like they gave being alone a fancy name, and that's exactly what it is, right? That's exactly what it is. What's going on, Naaman? Actually, let me do something. Give me 1 second. I wanna. There we go. All right. All right. What's going on?
First of all, are you on your own PC, or are you messing with your girl's Apple crap?
No, I'm on the phone actually.
So you're on your Android.
She sleeps, so I didn't want to be all in the room, freaking being loud, and because I actually wanted to be loud, and I knew I was gonna laugh like a schoolgirl when y'all make jokes and stuff like that. So,
oh, right, what? She's gonna be like that Chris Rock joke. How dare you be happy without me?
No, that's not her. Actually, one of the reasons I'm with her is because she likes to see me and my boys banter and joke and make fun of each other and all of that.
I don't know if you caught Charles's hangout earlier.
No, man, I was KO'd. Me and my lady finally watched Shang-Chi last night. She didn't want to watch it because Awkwafina was on it, and yeah, she doesn't like Awkwafina and that black scent and the way she comports herself. So I finally got her to watch it last night, and we would end up going to sleep late watching that.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about this whole thing, about the shaming black men and whatnot? Mm-hmm. What people fail to realize is, like, first of all, take the rainbow folks, the ones on the L side in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any idea how many black lesbians are in interracial relationships because they cannot be with a black woman?
I know it's a thing, but I think a lot of that has to do with access, right? Um, a lot of that has to do with access to white women because the black women in the hood, yeah, they don't got white girlfriends like that.
I'll tell you
They're
one of
with
the
other
weirdest
black
stories
women.
that happened.
And real quick, Neighbor, and half of that is because they're insufferable, and also the other half is obviously because their socioeconomic position, and white women ain't checking. But go ahead.
Yeah. I'll tell you a story that happened to me once. This is like about 12 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I was meeting some people, right? First time I met some young black folks, some other black Africans. They were like from other parts of East Africa, and we were chopping it up, and one of them introduced me to this interracial lesbian couple, and
Mm-hmm.
between the black one and the white one, guess who was giving me the side eye when I said hello to them?
Of course, the black one. Go ahead.
She was Ugandan, and she was giving me, and I said, "Oh, you guys are." And when I looked at them and said, "You guys look like a lovely couple," she was like looking at me in a weird ass way. I'm like, "The fuck is wrong with you?"
Mm.
Yeah,
Hey.
shout out to one of the sites. Oh, Indigo Flow. Yeah, thank you for remembering that line from Low Down Dirty Shame that I put out. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, it's like that one scene where Shame was like fucking with Waylon and his white boyfriend. Returns to her close and is like, "Let me tell you something. Coffee may be good with cream, but tastes a whole lot better black."
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Let me read this real quick. Charles Irby says, "I read the article. I have no issue with with women. Well, I think you wanted to say with, but okay. When women being self-partnered, if they want to be fulfilled within themselves, more power to them." By the way, there's a whole lot of sexual innuendo to your statement. Fulfill themselves with what? Okay. Now yeah. I mean, like this once again. What you're going to see is women running into the wall of their ideology and what they think men should be, and then what men actually are, right? So Emma Watson, Maya, these people that end up in these "I married myself," even though these are rich, famous women that men find attractive, right? I know black dudes that find Emma Watson attractive. I definitely know
Peniel
white
ass is
dudes
turning
growing up.
33 in April.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? I know definitely white guys who was been drooling over her since literally the first Harry Potter, like since we were kids with the first Harry Potter. So Emma being
Count me
on her
out.
level, real quick, name Emma being on her level and not Emma being on her level and not finding a man that's air quotes suitable. I would argue it's probably more on her. Emma, you are world famous with the Harry Potter series. World famous. You trying to tell me South Asian men, East Asian men, black men in America, black men in the UK, white men all across the planet, Latino men all across the planet. Like you trying to tell me you ain't find one dude that's up to your air quotes standards?
This woman has pretty much annoyed a lot of people with her feminist rhetoric. Even at Alan Rickman's death, she had to put out that crap. Or when she was at the UN for the whole he for she crap. And this chick with her little ass was in a relationship with a British rugby player, but I guess that didn't pan out. Oh, by the way, folks, rugby is the European equivalent to American football. But the thing is like,
go ahead, finish naming. Go ahead. I was cutting you off.
But the thing is when I hear a lot of women talking about this, that, and the third, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? And
it just reminds me of Tracy Ellis Ross, right? Like one of the interviews she did where she pretty much said like maybe essentially she was just saying like maybe she's ahead of the curve. What she's asking for is not really available yet, and that's not. She didn't say this part, but that's not where men are, right? That's not.
Yeah,
so she's just asking for something advanced, and I'm like, y'all always come up with that excuse. No, you're delusional.
Delusional. On top of the fact that let's not forget it, what BGS mentioned, she's a switch hitter.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That is the problem, and I've been with a couple of switch hitters, and that's without its complications right there, and it's And when I ask a lot of them who are switch hitters, they're like 60-40 schlong than vag.
Yeah.
No, there's a ratio. Understand the ratio varies for individuals. Which more where they are on that spectrum, what they prefer, and then you got the ones that are so supposedly pan. And of course, since we're talking about like what Charles Irby said, I'm tempted to plug a friend of mine's sex shop all of a sudden, but I realize that's not going to work because that's only in Norway. But then again, how many women are ordering shit from Adam and Eve, Amazon, and whatnot? That's a question that should be asked. Oh, by the way,
let me thank Adam.
Hello.
Let me thank Adam. Adam, thank you very much. Oh crap, it disappeared. God damn, he sent me a Cash App and it disappeared.
You searched that.
Adam Miller, thank you very much for the Cash App. Thank you very much. And go ahead.
By the way, Kaneda, are you there?
I'm here.
Hey, what's good, homie? Finally good to meet you, man. Come on, drop in.
Yeah, this is Kaneda's first time up here. So we're gonna go Kaneda, Better You, and then BGS because BGS is gonna come here with nukes. And so
wait, we're black. We don't respect elders. Fuck that.
No, we do.
I'm just kidding.
Name it. Chill out. So Kaneda, go ahead, then Better You, and then BGS.
Fuck your couch, Namer.
Right?
Hey, just get. Hey, it's not my couch, okay? But here, let me get you some.
Yeah, right. It really is my couch. BGS is taking his muddy boots and kicking my couch, thinking it's Namer's couch. But go ahead. But go ahead, Kaneda.
Yeah, so I wanted to actually just come up and clarify that a point I was making about working in certain jobs that they didn't have to do. Yeah, I remember growing up and fast food jobs are like teenagers, somewhat.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
And certain. I'm talking about. I'm going like Panera. I don't want to name Panera or whatever it is. And
Panera bread. Yeah.
Dude, the jobs I used to see, like some Mexican guy in the back making sandwich. I see like 23, 25, 26-year-old white women making sandwiches, and they're not very happy and they're not very good at it. I'll let you know. Yes, they're not very. I said, so it's like, dude, the part of the
they're not very happy and they're not very good at it either. I'm stealing that, by the way. Go ahead.
Yeah. The part of feminism that's failing, the boys have woken up. All right, I'm gonna let BGS speak. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead to your kids. Go ahead later.
I thought I was last.
Yeah, better you. Actually, yeah, Better You.
Oh, okay.
Our resident master's degree. I always got to shout the brother out for having his degree. Go ahead, brother.
Appreciate it, man. I've been looking at a lot of stuff and reading a lot of stuff over the weekend. I think really it's more so going to come down to a question. As a society, when do we draw the line in the sand and say enough is enough?
Bro, I've been asking. I asked FD that. Go ahead.
Because it's one of those things where, from a policy standpoint, from a systematic standpoint, we've created this feedback loop to where if you go back 50, 60 years ago, the gender gap in higher education and education in general is higher than it was then.
Oh yeah, the 13% gap. Yeah, I remember. Yep.
And it seems like with a lot of the big economic drivers, because for women, I think it's like health education. I can't remember the other thing, and literacy or
finance.
Well, the acronym is HEAL, whereas men are geared towards STEM. And the crazy thing about the disparity in that is there's going to be a lot of economic growth that's going to occur in both fields. However, there's a systematic push to push women into STEM, and whereas in HEAL, that's already heavily women-dominated focus, because that's going to be your health, your humanities, your administration, education, so to speak, and it's only going to keep growing. So it becomes one of those things like, okay, you say you can't get anybody who's on your quote-unquote level or whatnot. At what point do you look up and say, you know what, this hurting me? You know what, fuck all them other bitches, like, yo, this hurting me.
So now we're talking about the market cap of feminism. That's how I summed up what you're saying. The market cap of a feminist ideology that actually might start to hurt your society or at least hamper its growth, right? And how do you get the men online to help also still be the fuel for this supposed female empowerment, but not want the recognition and the adoration of being the fuel for the female leadership and the female power? Have fun doing that with working class men. That means that's what you're trying to do now, and it's failing. right? So,
and the big thing, and I'll say this, and I'll get out the way for BGS. I don't take up much time, but we ain't gonna go for it. Like the average guy ain't gonna go for it.
I'm telling you.
See it all around the world. Like in China, they call it laying flat. Like we over here, we say, "Hey, I'm gonna take my ball and go home." But at a certain point,
it's gone from let it lay flat to let it rot.
Like at a certain point in time, it's like, okay, you don't need me, cool, prove it. Hey, you know what? Cool. We accept the consequences. If you do it all by yourself, you want to do all this stuff, it's a cool, prove it. And I
before
really like that's where it's at.
My bad, better you. Before you finish, I didn't notice F Holiday sent me a Cash App also. Thank you very much, F Holiday. And you go ahead and finish up better you and then BGS.
Oh no, that was it.
Donate for the couch cleaning.
Right. Super chat for the couch cleaning because BGS about to put his boots all over the white couch. Go ahead, BGS.
Does that mean we gotta fuck up his legs afterwards? Come on now. He's gonna be crawling out going like, y'all gonna get a new couch. What am I gonna do about my leg? They shouldn't give it. Oh wait. In fact, BGS, in honor to somebody very near and dear to your heart, I should be saying. They should never have given you Ashy blokes, you two.
I miss her. Right. I miss her. She went left, but I miss her.
Or my favorite, you should never gave you niggas money. They should have never gave you niggas the internet.
Exactly. Anyway,
go ahead, BGS.
The thing is, it's already climaxed, and basically, I was listening to Sarah Garvey. They were actually talking about this in the UK, right? The thing is, they're saying over there that it's already swung too far towards the female. And if you read the Richard Sex, man, second wave feminism is actually talking about that, right? They said it's already swung too far, and it's not, and really it's not because what the men are doing, it's because what the women are doing, right? The women refuse to take up their spot as breadwinners. They don't want that. So they thought hypergamy was taught. No, it's part of nature, and that's what they forgot. Because if you go back and look at feminist literature, right, they think that they always talk about it being performative, right? You ever heard like gender is performative, and all this stuff is performative, right? In other words, what they're saying is that nurture trumps nature, okay? And the thing is, what they're finding out, 50 years later, that nurture does not trump nature, because the very women that they've taught, that they've socialized, that they've brainwashed, are rejecting the template that they set out for
them. 50 years later.
50 years later. So now you got people like like Destiny and FD Signifier that are not the desired masculine frame. Okay, that's what's happening. So if you have 70-80% of the women that have degrees and want all these high powered jobs, number one, there's not enough to go around, because what they were trying to do in the 90s, right? They were trying to get these chicks off of welfare, get them off the government dole, but still give them jobs, right? Because that's what Stalin did back in the Stalin did that back in, I think it was back in the 30s or 40s, because he had a lot of Russian women that were actually in brothels and selling sex, because they had no other way to make a living. So he cleared out the brothels and he gave them jobs. Okay, so he got rid of that thing, right? So they're trying to do that with the welfare women, because welfare had gotten out of hand. They couldn't pay for it anymore. So guess what we're going to do? We're going to increase child support. We're going to cut the welfare, but we're going to push these women into trades and push them into colleges. So that's how we have this big influx, especially female, into college. Between after like 1995, you had this huge influx of females into college. The thing is, you got them with degrees, with number one, without jobs to take them, because 4-year college is only really designed for 10 or 15% of people that have to have bachelor's degrees. Okay.
And so when I was speaking to FD, that's when he started to get uncomfortable, and that's when he actually said he was uncomfortable. When I said, even with all of that, I still think women want this, right? I still think, and like we're speaking about hypergamy to a certain extent, and that's when he got uncomfortable, and he said it. I'm uncomfortable where this conversation is going. So speaking of what you're saying, so they're running into the wall of women are diseducated. They can make their 40, 50, 60, 70 grand a year, even up to six figures and whatnot. And then this is when, if they, especially this is where Kevin comes in. This is where Obsidian come in. If they don't meet their man in college or in the workforce, it's over. It's over.
Well, the thing is, in college, there's not enough. Even with white men, white men are 30-35% of college attendees.
You see, especially in the South.
Well, anywhere. I mean, this is across. Richard Reeve said this is across the board.
Yeah,
68% of college attendees are female. Okay.
What's the ratio exactly? Isn't it like what 60-40 women, right?
It's 60-40 around the country, but in different colleges and universities it varies, right? It could be 65-35 and whatnot. Go ahead.
The last facts I've seen was it's 68% female.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Which is like a 2-to-1 ratio. Basically, there's not enough men. And then even those men that come out with degrees might, depending on what your degree in, you're not going to make all that money. So you're not at the 6-figure level. Okay.
On top of that, a lot of them are also saddled with student loan debts and whatnot.
All the other stuff that came along with it when you tried to make college high school.
Credit card debts.
Yeah.
I mean, here's one thing they don't do as well. I mean, let's not forget this country's economy has hit the fan since 2008, and they're still recovering in a sense. And then they went through a recession again, and we're still in a recession. You guys are still in a recession.
No recession. We ain't even gonna talk about that. What we're in right now. We're in stagflation. We're in 1970s austerity measures. Stagflation.
Fair enough. But
you're in Europe. You're seeing it, man. This is not recession. Okay.
Which, by the way, BGS is much of the reason why the women are screaming. They're screaming because they can feel it. Even if they can't articulate it, they can feel it.
And so there's
you see it.
You see it. You can feel it.
That too.
It's not something. It's not something that you can just sense. No, you can walk into a store. Yeah, it screams at you.
It screams at you with the price tags.
Yeah, I was talking. When I go to that, I'm an old guy. I go to 99-cent store. I used to buy the little chocolate candies. Right. You used to get 3 ounces for 99 cents, right? Now you're getting 2 ounces for $1.49. Okay, you have also price inflation, but also package deflation.
Deflation, yeah.
At the same time, that's austerity, man.
Mm-hmm.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say this too. To speak to that part, like I recently got a job where I'm making over 100K,
okay.
And speaking with my father,
you in the 2%, man.
Right. Better you. I need your address for research purposes.
better you. You better be protecting your ass while you're at it. It's like
you got 98 women on the hunt for you, bro.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Better you gonna be married within 2 years. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, you got 98 bitches, but
no, he's gonna. Y'all remember? Wait, Mr. Z, do you remember that movie?
Wait, don't remember. Better you was going. Don't. Yeah, keep going. Better you, and then name her, and then
Okay.
But yeah, and speaking with my father recently, like we were talking, and I'm telling him the good news and everything, and he was kind of like, "Yo, so what would this mean life look like? Like this is a pretty big increase for you, like almost double." And I'm talking to him, and he's looking at me like, "Really?" Like unimpressed. Like I was like, "Well, it's a big jump." And he told me, he was like, "I've never made more than 75K." And just thinking about everything he was able to do, like this guy has over $1 billion in assets that he about to divide up between his 3 kids when he goes. Like, and thinking about everything in the economic parity, like, yeah, my pops making that 75K back in the 80s and 90s.
Oh, that's more
money than me.
Oh yeah, no, he was killing. Yeah, he was killing it.
Killing the game. Yeah, when most people are making. People were when 20K was put you in the middle class. Okay, when he was making 75K.
Yeah, and it's real right now. Between inflation, like BGS said, and deflation of the packages of different things, and people like we're saying, people are seeing it and feeling it, and that affects everything. Not to mention, you still got people like these rainbow flag people and these angry over the hill swirlers talking crap about black boys and black men, right? All of that in one bucket, and one of the things I love saying, because it's really messed up, and we keep on playing it down. and these women are still in their 30s living at home with their parents,
Yeah.
but yet they talking crap about men. Maybe you would be outside of your parents' house if you would get down with a man's program. But okay.
I'm saying
Well,
cupcake. I said
that-
cupcake. That's immaterial. Immaterial. None of that. I had to apologize to Gigi's guest because it kind of got out of pocket. But all that shit is immaterial. Okay, doesn't mean shit. Okay, and basically when the social society makes this turn, they're getting ready to make this turn. Okay, trust and believe, because the boys getting ready to give up if they don't. They're gonna make this turn, and you're gonna feel it. So all you rainbow flags and feminists are gonna have to get in line, okay? Because it's gonna happen.
Something bigger than your ideology.
Just like Neo had to go back in the Matrix to actually fight Agent Smith. Andrew Tate is Agent Smith, okay?
Yeah.
So who would be Neo?
Huh?
So who would be Neo?
Neo would be more like Richard Reeves and people like that, right? You have to go back in and you have to fix this, because basically Kevin Samuels was the last great hope, and you killed him.
Yeah.
Okay. And now you got Agent Smith, and he's taking over the Matrix.
Can I bounce a quick question off you, Mr. BGS?
You don't have to call me Mister. Just call me BGS. Okay.
Or Master Teacher.
Go ahead. No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, because this is how basically exactly what me and Z was saying, what you just said like a couple days ago. In your personal opinion, do you think that there will be a policy effort to try to pull some of this back from the brink, or do you think it's just
either this stuff, either will change policy or this thing will implode?
Yeah,
because the boys are not playing. Okay, they said they said a bottle of lotion and a controller is better than putting up with these insufferable.
A bottle of lotion, cell phone access. I mean, internet access, and that's all you need. A controller. That's all you need.
It was just in the United States they could. It was just black men they could handle it. Just white guys in the United States they could handle it. This is worldwide. It's not something that's localized. Everybody knows it. But they try to soft shoe it, right? By saying, "Oh, if we just give them a little bit of this, little bit," no, it's going to take a big policy change. Otherwise, it's going to implode. Pure and simple.
I don't think those. Whenever I listen in to that entire side, all of the lefties, BGS, all of the divested, all of the swirlers, it's like that. They can't see it. Even the people that air quotes mean well, it's they can't see it because their ideology fogs the why would these boys do this? Why would they sign up for purposely letting their sister step on their back into greatness?
Unfortunately, many of these quote unquote well-meaning people are just as you said, they're ideologues.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're not actually looking to solve the problems, at least insofar as we're concerned, or most men are concerned. They're actually, many of these people's agendas are essentially to like Kimberly, what was that bitch's name?
Crenshaw.
Yeah.
Crenshaw.
Oh, Crenshaw.
Kimberly Crenshaw.
Yeah.
Intersectionality.
Yep. Okay. Get on their page and fall in line, and get back in order, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Except it doesn't work.
That part.
You've tried it for 40 years. You got to the end of where they've all said it. We've gotten as far as we can get with this, and it doesn't work. You can't get the women online to be fair. It doesn't work.
That's what I said to FD. That's what I was saying at the end. You're not gonna get doxxed by us. You're not gonna get another. But let you say one wrong word over there, and they on your ass. Number one. Number two, like BGS said, and that's always my argument. All that crap y'all talk. Be honest. It's the women that ain't gonna get. That's what's her name? BGS Marianne, whatever her name is. The clip that you and Art of Immore play all the time with that. Where she said that's when you tell these women, oh, by the way, you might be the primary breadwinner, you might have to have a stay-at-home husband, or at least a husband that doesn't prioritize his career, so that he could be the primary caregiver. That's when women get off the train. They get off, and so I would argue, and this is crazy, I would argue it's easier to socialize the men to truly be egalitarian. Yeah, take some weight off of my back. I'm down with 50-50. I know how partnership work. I have friends. Than it is to get the women to be truly egalitarian and mean it. That's what I kept on saying in the beginning. It sound nice until the Titanic hit the iceberg and half the men got to die in the water and half the women got to die in the water. Then women don't want egalitarian no more. Or when the house is on fire and somebody got to stay in the house and try to put the fire out, they don't want to be egalitarian no more. Or when something go bump in the night and we got to run down or somebody got to run down the stairs and somebody could stay upstairs because we've only got one gun. Then they don't want to be egalitarian no more.
Right. Yeah. I mean, well, something that's extremely interesting is women who have, I guess, what is the word, pushed the envelope or been maybe powerful in some respects or on par with men in some respects. These women have existed in different periods of history. This isn't new. The only difference here is that in many of these cases, many of these women didn't either A, go on to reproduce, or B, oftentimes if they weren't, defeated or outright, pushed back down to where quote unquote they belong for the times, right? What would oftentimes happen is that they would be well respected, but they would end up getting a liquor license. One of those two things would happen, or three things would happen. They wouldn't reproduce oftentimes. They wouldn't.
Or they would have already reproduced before they began their campaign and everything.
Right.
Like some of them started later in life and had grown adults, had adult children.
Well, they couldn't get married because no man would accept them.
That too.
I mean, that's what you see much. Okay, so I also dated one of these rainbows a few years ago. Rainbow women a few years ago, and general conversation. I was like, why do you think so many black women in particular, might have this proclivity? And she said something like, it's love. I think we're more open to love than anybody else, and like this really hippie ass answer. And I was like, so it's not the environment. And I didn't want to say I didn't want to say it's not because y'all insufferable and the only people y'all can be around is each other, and even that got a freaking time limit on it. I didn't want to say I that was before I was really part of the Black Manosphere, so I still had a filter. But but when she said that, I remember looking at her like, this is what y'all tell yourselves. Going to what PK and Neymar are saying, like, it's really interesting them living this life and not stepping just 1 inch back and looking at it from a larger point of view of why they do the things they do. They just do it.
Yeah.
They just do it. It's crazy.
Because right? Women follow. Women don't really innovate. They follow.
Yeah. And just to call it love, it's just love. We just and okay, cool from your vantage point, but why is it that, what was it, like 30 some odd percent of black women are, or 20 some odd percent of black women are some type of LGBTQ, primarily in the bisexual arena, and it's just love?
Yeah.
It's just that you're more open to, bruh. Okay. Yeah,
I find that weird.
Liquor license. No, it's a combination of things. It's class, it's race, it's thinking you're better than your men. It's a bunch of things, and when you coalesce in one pot, you have the hive model. Shout out to the nameless protagonist.
You had a shift in culture. They try to push it into a hive model. The thing is, will it work? Will it work without the implant? The tech implants.
Short
it can't work that way naturally.
Yeah, short of any sort of technological push forward in an extreme degree. No, it'll fail.
It won't work. Yeah, it can't work that way. Because you got to get the men to buy in. Basically, the thing is, if the men don't buy into this program, it can't go forward.
And unfortunately, what they don't seem to realize, many of these people, is that should this situation fail, it'll fail to a cataclysmic degree. It isn't just a simple failure, whereas we can.
It's not just a step back.
Right.
No, it's a collapse.
Not only that, but like, you got to think about it from a national security perspective, man.
Yep, that's where Richard Reeves come in.
It's not even national; it's global. You got to remember, this is global. This is not a national thing. The thing is, what you guys don't realize is that what keeps 8 billion people alive is this intricate supply chain. What happens if that shit breaks?
I mean, we saw that during 2020 when COVID hit, and the supply chains were closed up for a while.
You just saw it when they couldn't get Russian fertilizer, okay?
Yeah.
Because
That
they had
too.
sanctions on it, okay?
All right.
You had riots in like 10 countries behind that shit.
Yeah.
Within weeks, okay?
No, you're right. I'm just simply speaking
right. My mistake.
Like in the advent of a conflict, like what you see with Russia and Ukraine. Like real talk. Yeah, pretty much every fighting age man has been mobilized, but if guys ain't really active, if guys don't got no gumption, like morale matters, man. I'm sorry. I've seen a lot of guys get whooped because the other guy gave a fuck less than them. Just keeping it honest.
It's not even whip. Okay, thing is, okay, I want you guys to expand your vision, right, for a second, right? Okay. What if billions of men decide not to participate in this fucking society, in this fucking global economy? What happens?
Shit crashes.
It crashes. It implodes. It gets crashed. It implodes.
And this is where the shaming tactic comes, because you're trying to shame them back into a position with no real incentive. You don't have incentive, so you got the shame and the rhetoric.
And they're not hearing it.
This is where FD comes in and Themis come in. Just get down with this program. We don't have any, particularly for, and this, like, I'm gonna mention class BGS for this, like, particularly for men that don't occupy that top 20%. They're pretty much telling you to get down with the BS. Just get down with this. We don't have no real promises for you. We don't have any. There's no guarantees. There's no nothing. But we still need you as that fuel for this engine, though.
One of the biggest. Go ahead, BGS. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, the thing is, you actually making it too much. You're talking about the top 10%, man. 20% start 50 grand. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, two things that you're seeing is as we've discussed before in prior conversations, is number one, you have people at the bottom who are creating the majority of the children, as well as people at the top, which means that everyone who is closer to the middle, roughly around 60 to somewhere in between 60 to 70% of people, will be left out in the cold, and essentially they will either disappear, and that doesn't end well, because this system, at least to the degree that we have it now, can't sustain that way. This thing is built up on a pyramid, multiple pyramids. If you like old people, you can bid farewell to that. That won't be a thing in the future. Not likely if we continue down the path we're on now. And what I mean by old is probably the cutoff will be, 50s. We'll be taking a large step back. Because there would be no need for people over a certain age. There won't be. And we won't have a system set up to sustain them.
This reminds me of what Black Uru says all the time. Like, I just hope I'm out of here by the time this. I think BGS has said it a couple of times too, but it's a Black Uru says that all the time. Like, I hope I'm out of here. I ain't gonna be here. Like, goddamn.
It's gonna get ugly. I mean, it's already ugly. It's just gonna get uglier.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think, but okay, but because now speaking about it, okay, let's say they start listening to us. Somehow Joe Biden brings BGS in. Let's say who would he bring in? BGS, Dr. T, Dr. Tommy Curry, Dr. Ronald Neal, Green Gorilla, and let's do some of the money people. Tone Talks or somebody. I don't want to put Boyce in there. He's a finance guy. He's not actually
Alonzo Hall, maybe.
Alonzo Hall. Okay, he brings y'all in, and he's like, okay, how do we fix this? What do we do, right? And a couple of the white guys, but this won't be just a black thing. It's good. Let's say, how do we get the boys back online and whatever?
Gallagher, Reeves, and Chetty.
Well, okay, Gallagher, Reeves. Definitely Chetty and Reeves, right? Okay, you mean Scott Galloway, or are you talking about somebody else?
Scott Galloway, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Scott Galloway, because I was like, okay. Scott Galloway, Reeves, Chetty, you bring them in and you ask them, how do we fix this? What do you think their answer is to Biden or whatever Democrat or Republican comes after Biden?
Okay. Well, first thing you do is eliminate, take sex out of the Civil Rights Bill, and take sex off out of the affirmative action level across the board.
Yeah.
Okay, restore it to what it was supposed to be. It's supposed to help black men. Number one. Okay. Number two, level the playing field across the board with men and women. Get it back.
Yeah.
Make Title IX work the way it's supposed to work. 50-50 across the board, right? You haven't done that.
Yeah, you definitely prefer one over the other.
One over the other. You actually reversed it. Title IX was not supposed to reverse the balance between men and women. It was actually supposed to equalize it. What have you done? And, and men need to start suing women in colleges and organizations over Title IX.
I'm actually of the. I know those people will say that. I know this is a little bit as an aside. I'm of the personal belief that short of radical change, similar to post World War II, paradigm shifts, we're not getting out of this. This is a death spiral. We're in a death spiral right now.
The death spiral basically is not the extinction. It'll go back down closer to where it was before.
To where it can maintain itself.
Yeah, which is right around, maybe I would say I think a good spot to land probably is like 3 billion people on the planet.
Ooh,
That's
a big ass cut. Whew, that's a deep ass cut.
If you unless you're going to radically change the way you expend money and spend more money building things instead of fighting over scraps.
Yeah,
that's going to come along with a lot of
growing pains, a lot of sacrifices.
Well, not even growing pains. Like I would say the exact opposite. A lot of shrinking pains.
Yeah,
you have such an extreme.
Yeah.
If you mean like a growth spurts?
I mean, no. You're thinking about it backwards, Neymar.
If you can elongate it out and stretch it out and actually stretch the time out, basically it'll happen by itself because you're already below replacement.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's going to do that by itself if you actually prevent a collapse.
Yeah, so this just reminds me of Children of Men in a little way. For those of you that, if I'm saying the title correctly, the movie Children of Men. Yeah. This is kind of what it's reminding me of right now.
Yeah.
So that's that's sobering. But I mean, I think
no,
hell no. I mean, like, of course not.
You look at it, right?
It's nature, man. It's nature. But that's on the light side. Okay, that's the most preferable way to actually have a population decline.
Yeah, because like we said, if you're not gonna incentivize the men, the women said fine. I might have some sex. Yeah, I might chill, but kids, family, outside of some like insane number, I would rather not. And even with the guy with the insane number, that doesn't mean I won't still divorce his ass. So if the women are saying that, and you're always gonna have working class, you're always gonna have poor. That's a matter of life.
It's just
pyramid.
Right?
It's the pyramid. So if you've socialized the women and educated the women to the point, and enough of them, not even all, enough of them to destabilize this thing where family formation, which is what a society's built off of, you destroy that psychologically in their mind first, and that they actually don't want to have a family if they can't have it in a particular way. You could afford that at 1%, maybe 5. You're working on double digits. That don't look good. All right.
Well, that's why
whoever the social engineers are, y'all fucking up. Go ahead.
They already fucked up. They already fucked up. They can't unfuck. Can you unfuck? You can't.
They can't. Oh man, you can't undeflower a virgin at that man.
No, you cannot.
So they're trying. They're basically trying to pull a Dr. Kevorkian. You know what I mean? Like they're pulling out the fucking power tool, trying to get in that pussy and reconstruct it. You know?
You mean like a hymenoplasty?
Yeah, that's what they're working on. They're working on it. They're trying real hard.
All right, Irv, you in here? Raj, you in here? But go ahead, Raj, and then Irv.
Well, I was gonna say that I think there is a beautiful, ugly side to this. A lot of them just ain't taken consideration yet. No, it's a beautiful, ugly side. I made a comment, but this will show how a lot of guys are gonna eventually go into thinking. You was talking about the your ship hit an iceberg. If we're egalitarian, I'm a single man, no children, right?
Oh shit!
I ain't thinking about these hoes. I'm just getting off the boat. You see what I'm saying? I'm taking the life from. You see what I'm saying? I'm knocking hoes out the way so I can take
Ron said elbows and feet and fists.
What I'm saying, I'll push you into the water so I can get the boat. That's just what it's gonna be. You're gonna have a lot more men who are gonna start thinking in this way because they're gonna be raised to be egalitarian, which means just normal life stuff. I don't really care about you that much. I care about me, and I gotta make sure I'm good. So I'm not gonna sacrifice myself, for quote unquote women and children, anything like that. Like as we go into a recession, and I know I don't control everything that goes on to the country and everything that goes on in the world. Like recession hasn't started for me yet. And I say that because my daddy always told me, you're in a recession when your friends start losing their jobs. You're in a depression when you lose your job. Me and my friends is good. I haven't dealt with recession yet. I've dealt with inflation. I see some prices going up here and there. You know what I'm saying? So I deal with inflation, but since I ain't got no wife and I ain't got no kid, I ain't really dealing in no recession because I'm good. As long as my income keep going up, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? And with the way the things are, I'm now just even less likely to marry. Because, I got to do this whole consideration about if I bring these hoes in now, how's this going to affect my retirement?
And I'm laughing to keep from crying because so that is an actual real consideration because it's not all about the flowers and rainbow stuff, right? You have to consider, okay, what about if she filed for divorce? Or what about if she lose her job? Or what about if she want to be a stay-at-home wife for how many years? Or like all of that is also something to factor in. That's unfortunate. I mean, it's like I said, I had to laugh from people crying because it's funny, but in a larger societal. So Raj can make that decision. One individual man out of 330 some odd, 40 some odd million in America, in 4 billion, let's say, men on the planet. You can make the decision. But once we start working like double-digit percentages of men thinking that, oh yeah, you got a problem. I don't even think it got to be double-digit. It could be high single-digit, 8-9%.
Well, I think the issue is going to be with that men like myself going to think this way, and I'm going to have influence on other men. You think I'm never going to have a conversation with my nephews about this? You think I'd never have conversations with my cousins about this or my brothers about it? No, I'm going to have these conversations because this is something that every man's going to need to consider on how he's going to be okay. Now, granted, some women going to have to burn. You know what I'm saying? As far as it goes, they say, stuff, you got to let stuff burn. Yeah, if I'm good, you can burn. And you know what I'm saying? when you start pushing, no, I'm saying this because this is a reality people don't like to look at. I'll let you burn as long as it means
you're right.
That's what happens when you push people into the corner. I'm very cool with you burning so I can live good. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, you don't want society where you have a bunch of guys pushed into a corner. So I think, they just don't necessarily believe the men gonna wake up quick enough to have an understanding. Well, if it's gonna be like this, and if it's you or me, well, I'm gonna pick you suffering and me being okay. See, and that's what it's gonna come to at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have as many concerns of what's gonna happen in the generation beforehand, especially if I don't put a kid out there. That's y'all problem. It's not my problem. I just got to make it till death. You know what I'm saying? But once I'm dead, now let's say, you know what I'm saying, 50, 60 years from now, I'm dead. I don't care what happened no more. I ain't got no seeds in the world. Y'all got it. You know what I'm saying? It's not a big deal. But, and that's going to be hard for women to deal with as well, because all the quote unquote dating and mating choices I make, it's going to be attached to this at the end of the day. You're not really that valuable to me as a woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm old enough now where women don't really have no value to me. You know what I'm saying? I may meet one, we may be okay, but you know what I'm saying? If I don't have no pressing feeling that I gotta have a kid, I know some men do, but some of us don't. I ain't got no pressing value that I gotta have a kid, which means how am I gonna treat women when it comes down to it? I don't need to do anything extra for them. I don't have to do anything extra for them.
That is the other side. So that's why I keep on saying egalitarian in name only, right? That's why I keep on saying that, because that's exactly what you're speaking to right now, where the front face, right, the rapper is egalitarian. In the box is still, the motor is still patriarchy. All it is just you don't get none of the benefits. All you Negroes that's keeping this moving don't get any of the benefits of that. And we speak like we're egalitarian. And if there's an emergency, right? All of the, even the facade of egalitarian melts away even for that 1 second where there's an emergency, right? So that's why I say egalitarian in name only, because they still want Mr. Roger Report and other men like Mr. Roger Report to defer to women, or at least save women in case of emergency, save women and children. But that's not egalitarian. Egalitarian is we hit this iceberg and whoever make it onto the buoy is the one who wins, is the one who survives. There is no it's all merit. Egalitarian is all, hey, you made it, you made it. If you didn't, you didn't. Women and children, oops, you're too slow. Right?
Well, let me just throw one little small part in, and then I'm gonna pretty much be done. You know, because I was having a conversation about this yesterday, and it was a conversation going on with me and a couple friends, and a woman's involved, and how somebody's doing this and how somebody's doing that. I say, hey, we got to remember, at the end of the day, it might be us when we old men, because we ain't, you know what I'm saying, we ain't got wives and stuff attached. So like, it might just be us as old men. So we're gonna have to make these certain decisions. So like when I, you know, in the proverbial sense, when I'm going for the when the boat hits the iceberg and I'm going for the life raft, who I'm taking with me? I'm taking some dudes. Why? Hey y'all, let's get this life raft, because we can knock all these rest of these hoes down. We can push these kids to the side, and we gonna make it. You know what I'm saying? So it sounds bad, but that's what happened when life is on the line. It's me and mine. Who is mine?
This is the part that's not in movies. This is the part that's not in movies, y'all. This is the real.
Okay.
I will kill you.
Wait, Pastor. Wait a minute. Let me read this real quick. Kaneda, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you very much. And go ahead, Pastor.
Yeah, I'm gonna come in with Irv today. I ain't gonna go full Pastor.
Okay. All right, go Irv. Go ahead,
Irv today, yo. So the movie reference she was making, thanks for having me up, yo. So the movie reference she was talking about was Children of Men.
Oh, it's Children of Men. Okay, yeah.
Children of Men. Yeah, it's great.
It's one of my favorite movies. It's really kind of sad and sobering, but it's one of my favorite movies of all time.
I've never seen that movie. What's it about?
You gotta watch.
You gotta watch it. It's very interesting. Let
me give him the premise of it real quick. The premise is human beings no longer have children. So instead of, every once in a while we celebrate the oldest person on the planet. You find out the oldest person is 120 or whatever. We start celebrating the youngest person. And terrorists start. Oh damn it! That's the word. Terrorists start murking young people. And in the movie, they find out this black woman, African sister, is pregnant with the first person in like almost 20 years.
Oh, I think I've seen
so and they got to travel her out. Was it out of the UK? They got to travel her out of somewhere to safety, because everybody's trying to off her, because not everybody, but one group wants to use her as like a pawn. Like, look, the first person born, breeding ground, and then the other people trying to off her. Because they want to see the apocalypse. They want to see the end of humanity. So it's a really good movie.
So it's called Children of Men. It was a white guy. It was actually a white guy that they had protecting her throughout the movie.
It's Clive Owen. Thank you very much, Spademan. Spademan said Clive Owen helps the pregnant women. Yes, thank you, Spademan.
Right. I've seen the trailer for this one. I'm gonna go check it out.
But this kind of gets at what I wanted to talk about. I actually was going to do a live on this. So National Geographic has at 2050 it's going to be called a mega race, a bunch of mulattoes. And I think that if we take this route, right, we're going to lose out real bad, as I have a biracial kid, so I don't know why I'm even saying this, but this is the reality of the whole race. We could be completely done by 2050. And it may not seem like it. It may not seem like it. Because I was bringing this up with some other people. They're like, that's not true. That could never happen.
Well, you mean in Black America, or
I'm in America.
Oh yeah,
okay. African Americans, what we call people that look like, I guess, the majority of people on this panel, could be gone by 2050, because all of our children will be pretty much mulatto of mixed race. They talk about this mega race, and it's pretty much a mixed race. And when they break it down, they started breaking it down since 2010. Only 9% of whites partook in this, 17% of blacks partook in this, 26% of Hispanics, and 28% of Asians. So it's really going to be interesting when we have these conversations like we're having right now on how it all breaks down to even our existence in the long run. That's all I got to say.
I don't know. So there's a lot of shit that's been said, and I wanted to get in earlier. Go ahead. Because there was a statement that was made in the chat that Lindy made, and shout outs to Lindy. He made the statement the comment that there's only two choices. I'm reading verbatim here: work towards building a spacefaring civilization or another dark age. Everything else will depend upon that. And I would say unfortunately, people much smarter than me and you probably, have already looked into this, and they have already surmised that there's a likelihood that around there's a 10% chance that we come out of this tailspin. The higher likelihood is that instead of being a quote unquote spacefaring civilization, we're very likely to end up with destruction of humanity itself. That's the higher likelihood now. This study was conducted in 2020. It's worth looking into. I've read a little bit of it. I can't really make out all of the mathematics behind it or the models that they use.
Put the link in the chat. Put the link in the chat if you got it, PK.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Do you want me to post it here, or do you want me to post it in the back?
Yeah, no, you could put it. You could put it in the chat. You can put it in the chat.
Okay. But the higher likelihood is that we're probably not making it out of this. But I think that if we want to stay optimistic, we can, but it would require an extreme cutback of the population, which is a part of the overall plan, right? But in the way that they're going about doing it currently, we still end up at a very, very small percentage of people continuing to survive on this planet. So essentially, we move back to a dark age or complete humanity's annihilation. Those are the two likeliest outcomes.
So I remember having this conversation with a person that has my exact same name in real life, and he suggested to me that human beings have been here before, right? We had we had advanced technology. This is like a theme for human beings. We become super civilized, and then between how we make up our society, between the technology, we either war ourselves backwards, or we don't use the correct societal mechanisms, and we pretty much breed ourselves backwards. And then it's like from the way he was speaking, we've done this like 3 or 4 times already, right? So just putting that out there. I don't know how much I believe it, but I mean,
I have heard that,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a lot of, if you want to go with it, there's a lot of archaeological anomalies, I guess you could say, that do hit towards that. Things such as the Bimini Road, the Sphinx, the true age of the Sphinx. It's been dated to 12,000 BC, which
I heard light bulbs and shit like that. That's like old as hell, like remnants of light bulbs. That's like, yeah.
You know, there's ruins of cities that predate a lot of civilizations under the Mediterranean, off the coast of Japan.
Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, for example.
Yeah,
that was buried.
There are a lot of ruins that supposedly predate the Sumerians and predate them by a long shot. So
the Sumerians, because we're talking about what, about 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, Sumerians, more longer than that.
BC.
Yeah, 4,000. Yeah. So that's 6,000 years ago. Yeah.
But Mr. Z, the thing about it is, all of those they did exist, right? But what we keep coming down to when we say children of men, 2050 black people may be going away, and this big mulatto race may exist. We end up getting outproduced or over controlled, and there's literally no way around it. I mean, you're right. I'll never disagree with that, with what he said. They have been great civilizations, but they have either been out reproduced or over controlled or oppressed, as you may say. And if we don't figure out something, like I think really by 2050, if we don't figure out something, this thing is going to start.
I think PK and BGS would have something to say about that. Probably figure out something yesterday. But
yeah, you're a bit late on that. I mean, like in terms of like, go ahead, BGS, you got it.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
In terms of black people as a constructed race in this country, no. That's you're already dead. You just don't know. Yeah. You don't know what you're talking. You know, you're already dead. You just don't know it yet as a group.
You're a zombie.
You just don't know it yet.
Yeah.
But
shout out to the Sixth Sense. Go ahead.
If you want to talk about, quote unquote mulatto as being the predominant race, I mean, like, in a sense, I guess if you're talking about mixed people as a quote unquote group, yeah, I guess so. But I mean, that's assuming that there are a couple assumptions there, which you'd have to disregard my previous statement. But by 2050, man, I would argue probably that it maybe a little bit later than that, but nonetheless, it's going to happen. I mean, that's kind of, not only is it U.S. policy, it's also it's a natural occurrence that would happen naturally no matter what.
The Brazilification of America. Go ahead.
Not only America, but also the Western world, Europe.
The world. Yeah. This isn't unique to here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Europe's probably even faster back than we are.
Oh, definitely.
So I mean, if you're looking for, you can make that same argument against white people as a class, right? Because they're actually on the decline as well, right?
Even faster.
Even faster than we are. So it's not for me. The conversation is no longer at the base point of race anymore. It isn't there. I mean, you can have that conversation, and it is valid because this is still a problem that we face in America, right? But nonetheless, when we start to look towards, the future, when we start to talk about, 2050, like, come on, man, you're talking about, so much technology that's coming out that is going to allow people to choose their race, like or choose their ethnicity or their skin color. Like, come on, man.
Their features, their phenotype. Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely.
CRISPR technology is definitely. It's tough. You can't beat it. Like, you get a perfectly sociably acceptable child of your choosing. You really can't. I don't know if can you beat that.
The fear is, this is the fear, because these things roll downhill. So in the beginning, it will be rich and wealthy people that have access to that technology and the resources to genetically engineer their children on that level, and so they will be Supermen compared to their. I mean, whatever you see going on now, just exacerbate that by I don't know how many times, right? So what LeVar Ball was able to do with his sons, imagine if him and his wife had the money to really genetically engineer them, right? That's not
the problem. It's a state-run, controlled population environment where the state makes it kids.
Okay. So like The Giver, borderline like The Giver.
Look at A Brave New World, where the children are actually produced for the society.
Yeah. It's the same concept. Yeah. Test tube babies.
The future truthfully looks extremely bleak no matter how we go. Well, at this particular term,
I don't see that.
It depends on what you call bleak.
Yeah, see, because our definition.
I think it has a lot to do with. I think it has a lot to do with who's looking, because I don't think most people are even trying to look that far ahead, and a lot of people have not accepted that the group you belong to ain't necessarily a group that's going to actually exist in the future. Most people don't believe, hey, my society is always going to be fine because we're a society. Society's been coming in and going out since we've been able to see what's going on in man's history. I understand America may not exist in 2050. Most people would say, well, no, it's got to exist. Why? Other countries have come in and gone out. That's been happening since human history. But people, they want to be comfortable in the fact that that's not going to happen to them. The it's not going to happen to me thing is displayed every night on the news. Somebody had a car accident and died because they thought it would never happen to them. I didn't put my seatbelt on because I didn't think I would die. I understand everybody else died, but it ain't gonna happen to me. Yeah. So I think that's gonna be man's flaw.
Well, we're not talking to them. We're talking to the people that actually run this bitch. Everybody else is just sheep to be herded.
Yeah, and I think actually when it comes to those powers, they're gonna select what the thing is, because even if everybody gets the chance to start picking what they want genetically. You know what I'm saying? Because people are in such a chic mode, they're gonna pick whatever the people at the top picked anyway.
Okay, I'm gonna make this plain, okay? Because you guys are not getting what I'm talking about. Children actually belong to the society. That the society actually needs children as workers. As people actually populate and make up a society. At the state run, when they start making children, you will not be considered. They don't care about you.
You're not I mean, like not you, BGS. You understand it clearly. I don't think most people are truly hearing what you're saying, though.
No, they're not.
Because that fourth industrial wave kind of reproduction where only certain people in certain amounts are going to be able to be
getting me. You're not getting me. Okay, we talk about factories where they make children, not individuals. Okay, where they roll out citizens to actually populate their populace, right?
Yeah, I think
where you have no choice in it, because that factory where you see 30,000 children born in like a big ass factory, okay, that's what we're talking
No,
about.
The
I get what you're saying.
iPhones of people. Let me get this out real quick before you go, Big Kev.
Mm.
Thank you, Toya, for the super sticker. And we talking about Chinese level production factories of people.
Yes,
Y'all go ahead.
people. Yeah.
You
Go
know,
ahead, Big
Oh,
Kev.
yeah, like this is actually hinted at. If you guys ever saw the movie Gattaca that came out in '97 with
Yep,
Ethan Hawke.
yep.
Yep, that and The Island with a Ewan McGregor. They kind of
I
hinted
still
at
haven't
that.
watched it yet. Yeah, I know exactly what movie you're talking about. I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, so
I love that type of shit.
That is mild compared to what's coming. That's mild.
I mean,
Or like Judge Dredd, the way they were creating all those babies for the state as law enforcement and such.
Yeah.
right. I think but I think what people are talking about was it a Jeff Goldblum in a Jurassic Park, where he kind of said, we're so busy stopping to thinking whether or not we can that we never stop to think whether or not we should. And I think that's what's going to be the conflict that's going to be coming up. Is I wouldn't be surprised if it's some sort of because of this artificial genetic modification. Don't be surprised if you see people suffering from genetic deformities as a result of that as well. You know what I mean?
It never stopped them from doing it before. Just like they train you to do tech jobs and then drop Chat GPT,
Right.
okay, to actually eliminate your tech jobs. Really?
Right.
Okay.
I wanted to say this too, because I don't want this to be lost real quick. Something that PK, Raj, and BGS spoke to. The new normal. It looked dark to us because the oldest person in here is in his mid-60s. That's not a long time. So it looks dark to us because we're thinking at the oldest from a mid-60s, mid-60-year-old point of view, right? So if you fast forward a century from now, that's just the new normal. And they're like, yeah, we survived the potential human apocalypse that PK was speaking about, and we're here now. This is the new normal. We just get born from these little eggs, and then we grow up and we do our job, and we keep the society going, and and that's what it is, and we don't necessarily have to. This opens humans up to just a smorgasbord of more possibilities, because you're not preoccupied with me and a woman. That shit don't really matter. You're not preoccupied about nuclear families. You're not preoccupied about any of that. So you can, and when you add in whatever technology is going to come in to enhance human beings physically, mentally, psychologically, that's just a whole different. We're talking about a whole different human. We might not even look at those as humans from this point of view.
Well, now you understand gender fluidity, okay?
Yeah.
But how do you take that natural? I'm sorry. How do you take that naturally? This is a very nurtured situation that we will, like you said, the new normal. They nurture you or they lead up to that. But there's natural things that There has to be a natural pushback.
But here's
that's what I'm
thing.
saying. It's like
let me say this. We have been farming. We have bred dogs for thousands of years. So when we say natural pushback, I mean just human history has said, yeah, nah. And we'll push it to the planet says, yeah, nah. And right now the planet, I mean, like I said, we've bred dogs, we've pushed other animals to the brink of extinction, we've other plants to the brink of extinction, we've genetically modified organisms. I mean, you got the liger. I mean, like we if human beings have done that to other animals, plants, and even to ourselves to a certain extent. I mean, pacemakers. I mean, all of this other stuff, right? So why wouldn't? I mean, eye color. It doesn't. Ti wife. Tiny. She changed the eye color. Genetic. The rhinoplasty and all this other stuff that human beings do to animals, plants, and even other human beings. I mean, I see where you're going, Irv. I think we're way past that. The natural pushback. I think we're way past that.
Hold on. There is an argument to be made for that, but I think that argument was what you're a bit late to it. In terms of natural versus a natural environment versus an artificial environment, the moment that you hit the industrial era, you created a pseudo artifice. That's what you did. And so we've been working, and well, not even then, really. If you want to go back farther, you could go all the way back to tribes, right? Because I mean, shit. I mean, there's an argument to be made that we have a connection to the natural. But what do you do when you say that these people are grown in tubes, their minds are altered, or they get implanted with a chip or something to that degree, and their entire world is essentially artificial, all of it, from top to bottom. Even the natural environment that we live in today is then altered to be artificial. Because to be fair, we have destroyed around what is it? I looked at this a while ago, so don't quote me on the actual number, but I think it's around 80% of all of most species on this planet has been exterminated by humanity at this point.
Yeah. Well, I want to say this, and I'm gonna dip off real quick. I think the reason you're not gonna get the pushback curve that you may think is coming is because we already being groomed into something that we ain't even paid attention to. And when society starts grooming you, they doing it in little slick ways, and they give you little slick messages. And there was a movie called Man of Steel where they actually told you Superman was the first natural baby in centuries or something like that, because all the babies are picked. We know what you're gonna do. We know what you're gonna be. You know you're gonna be security guard. You're gonna be a banker. You're gonna be whatever else. And this ain't the first movie that actually pushed that particular concept. So the thing is, you groom society to accepting this, and with the idea now that they're gonna be chips in people's brains, we got a name right now who's preparing to have chips in everybody's brain. We're already being groomed to go be part of this one unit thing that's gonna come up where it's gonna seem extremely normal to people who are not born. You know that this is what you do. Just like for me, getting in a car where there is no driver is unnatural to me because I've never experienced that. But to an unborn child, when anybody born today, there's always going to be cars that drive themselves. It's not going to be abnormal to them. So we're all being groomed in that direction regardless.
I think there's one other thing too that everybody kind of missing a little bit. There are elements of behavior that are genetic. Like even going to men and their natural desires, like the desire for family, the desire to compete, the desire to conquer. A lot of that is innate. And with a lot of this technology, it's not going to be a pushback because they're going to essentially engineer that out.
Well, that's the point. That's what I'm saying. They could, if we're talking about the future that we are all discussing now, they can gene edit that out of the child before they're even born, right? Yeah. So the thing is you kind of you end up at a point where you start to ask yourself the question, and this is a question that I've posed oftentimes in this space, is how much of technology is natural, right? When we start to talk about naturalism and the ideas behind it, is technology in and of itself extension? Or excuse me, yeah, that's right. Is technology in and of itself an extension of the naturalist point of view, or is it not? Right? Because I mean,
because human beings created. I'm sorry, right. PK. Because human beings are a natural product of Earth, so we know, unless we came on here on pause or some shit. So if human beings are a natural product of this planet, and we're creating things, I mean, maybe the term artificial is something for us to separate the things that were here before us, or the things that grow out the ground, or whatever, and then the artificial is the things that we create from our own hands. But in a weird way, I get what PK is saying. Why don't we see it as natural also? Because it's actually a product of human beings, which are natural to this planet. And is that what you're getting at, PK?
Yeah, that's correct. And if the argument is that it
after
isn't,
that, Black Guru, go ahead.
If it isn't, then by that argument, then we should still be living in, tents, mud huts, et cetera, right? I mean, we shouldn't even came out of the caves. So I mean, it's a bit confounding. I don't really know. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is this: ultimately, when we start to talk about the future outlooks of of humanity as a whole, many of us will essentially not either be. We probably won't be here. Most of us.
Let me also say this, PK. This is for PK and BGS. This is the postmodern, post-structural part of the conversation, y'all, where different definitions and words get real wonky, and we start doing the whole what does that mean? What does this mean? How do you know that? and all of this other stuff, right? This doesn't mean this. What is the definition of this? Who wrote it? Who came up with it? Yeah, we start questioning everything. So yeah, this is the part of the conversation when people's brains start leaking out their ears to a certain extent. All right, Black Uru, go ahead.
Thanks for having me up on this August panel. This Sunday morning or afternoon, I guess, depending on where you are in the world, Sunday evening. I guess you guys kind of inspired me to ask a question, and that is, as human beings are currently constituted and currently operate, at a mass level, and we differ from one geographical location than others, but I think it's a valid question as to whether or not we're a natural part of this planet. I think when you look at the upheaval we have for millennia wreaked upon this planet, the movement of things that had previously been in places, from virtually the creation of this planet, whether it's oil or natural gas, the myriad minerals that are extracted from the zinc and uranium, things that were never supposed to
coral reefs that are dying
from wherever they were. I think that's a valid question as to whether or not, and maybe our struggles here, and as you guys have been discussing at their recent manifestation regarding fertility, regarding obviously all the strife, maybe we're not a natural thing for this planet. I mean, you remember that famous line in the movie The Matrix, where Smith equates human beings to a virus. He describes that like other mammals that sort of naturally acclimate themselves in an ecological way to whatever part of the world they're in. We spread and destroy and extract and then leave waste and then move on to something else. I mean, even for example, the trillions and probably quadrillions of tons of garbage that are in our various oceans.
In the Pacific Ocean right now.
These are these things that, plastics, things that will never break down. Are these things really representative of something that is natural to this planet? So maybe that's a very long-winded question, but I'd be interested in you all's views.
Let me get at this first. I think if power corrupts and absolute power corrupts, absolutely, and human beings are the pinnacle of breathing, living things on this planet, so we know, then that, to me, much of what we're engaging in is let me channel my inner hood sister. Who gonna check me, boo? Like, this is what on planet Earth are in this environment, not on an individual level, like we could all die from a lion or an alligator, right? But like on a animal to animal, animal to plant, plant to animal level, human beings are the superior from what we see as a group. So yeah, that for many of us, that gives us the right to pollute the oceans, kill off other animals, push them to the brink of extinction, plants, like everything, marine life, right? Melt the polar ice caps. I mean, all of that, right? And I'm saying that as a person that loves cars and automobiles, but if you really think about what we're doing, we are digging up coltan, oil, we're literally fracking to diamonds, which, by the way, De Beers hoards, all of that just to continue artificial, talk about artificial, PK, artificial thing called the economy, right? Which we sell things to other human beings to maintain this artificial thing, once again, called the economy. And we're the ones who gave each other the desire to want to have these things in the first place, which then causes us to go around the planet, destroying the planet to provide other human beings with the artificial desire that we socialize them to have in the first place, right? So all of this comes back to me is like power, and us being as a human race being short-sighted enough to think that we will never hit the tipping point where the planet just shakes us off, or we frack in the wrong place, or we drill in the wrong place, and something absolutely catastrophic happens, even worse than the oil spill of 2010, right? And the numerous amount of oil tankers that hit something and just start spilling oil, like what happened off the coast of Alaska some years ago. Well, it keeps on happening off the coast of Alaska every some decade or so, right? So yeah, I just think it's because we're the pinnacle of breathing living beings on the planet, and nothing has checked us yet, knock on wood. And so I think we're just gonna ride this until the wheels fall off. Whee! And I'll pause right there.
And I check me, boo.
For real.
Hell no.
That's what human beings are on. Who gonna check me, boo? That's I mean, I said it because that's how we act. And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Black Woman.
Well, I think we are beginning to be checked, and it's in a like the fertility issues, for example, the particular strife, the what you were talking about regarding. There have been a couple of movies. One, The Happening, and a more recent movie, and I can't think of it. Bird Box. I think a lot of these movies are sort of signaling that, the environment we've created, I think, is beginning to turn on us. And not, like I say, the strife, particularly between men and women, and there are no solutions. The spread of feminism throughout the world, which is going to create strife amongst people of other communities and other societies, are going to eventually contribute to fertility and mating issues amongst them, the lying flats, if you will. I think that is our beginning to get our comeuppance, as the so-called apex predator of this planet.
Yeah. I wouldn't disagree with that. But a lot of that, much of that though, Black Rose seems self-imposed, right?
I agree with
that.
Yeah,
but I think when you don't have a natural apex predator, then you
gotta
the
do it
predator
yourself.
becomes you.
You
predate
I like
on
that.
yourself.
Yeah,
You
no, I agree
predate
with
on
that.
yourself.
Exactly.
Well,
Can I hop in there real quick?
Go ahead, I'll hold off. I'll come back in.
I'll be real short, but I think honestly I like to just tag on what y'all was saying. I think once you become like a superior, then you do start to become like a detriment or to yourself, because what's the next level from the top is back down. It all falls down eventually. And we often want to blame the collapse of things on the small guy rather than the actual superior or superiorian that's running the situation. And another thing I think we need to look at is like this is it really the sociologists, or is it the technologists?
The technocrats,
because I think and I really think that we need to make sure that we keep those two principles divided: the people that care about society versus the technocrats. I think we should, if we can keep those.
But they say the technocrats do care about society, though. For those of y'all that don't know, technocrats are just like, they're like technical experts. They're experts. That's all it, like experts in their fields. And so you get technocrats coming in, like not just only government officials, but like, okay, Peter Zealand that me and BJ speak about. He's a technocrat. So he's not a government official, but he's the type of person that's an expert at his field, and they bring him in to give them advice about what's going on in the world, what government is doing this, what people what society looks like it's going to collapse because of that. So you bring these people in and they advise world leaders across the planet, depending on what that world leader wants to do with any given situation, both internal in the country or external. And so so when we speak about technocrats, that's what we're speaking about, the experts of any particular field.
When the technocrats own and control virtually all modes of information and communication and discourse, which they effectively do today, can you really have a separation between the sociologist and the technocrat? The technocrat has become the sociologist.
Address that.
Go ahead, PK, because go ahead, PK. Go ahead, PK. Go
Oh
ahead.
shit!
You know we got the boomers in here. You already know Black Uru and BGS gonna come in here swinging swords. Look, we don't got the life y'all got. The knowledge, the wisdom. Go ahead.
I appreciate that, man.
Black Uru's gonna steal your whole
I
shit.
appreciate that, like the like-mindedness, because he addressed the discussion that I was about to address myself. So I appreciate that, Black Uru, you thief. Nah, you ain't a thief. You thought of it. I thought of it first.
I'm old. I forget things, so I have to get it out real quick.
Yeah. By virtue of being older than me, you win. But look, I mean, like, honestly, like, we live in a world where your sociologists are attempting to hijack what may have been true. They're rewriting. They're actively rewriting what we would consider to be history. They're engaged in that all over the fucking world. It isn't limited to here in America, but all over the world they're doing this.
It's called a book called 1984.
Yeah. Orwell.
So I mean, like,
Orwell, he wrote it right after World War II. It's been happening.
The fact that he had that foresight, that's crazy. Go ahead, Black Uru.
It goes all the way back to the Egyptian. It goes all the way back to Egypt when they actually erased the hieroglyphs. It's not new.
Yeah. Well, so you guys, like Andrew mentioned, Andrew Tate.
This is before that. So this is a consequence, really. I mean, like, this is human condition. This is just how we operate, right?
That's how we operate.
This is to a larger extent. I mean, like, you can't really draw a separation in between many of the sociologists of today and your general, what you would consider to be a technocrat. These two people are actually aligned. They're the same. You're looking at the same picture when you view these two different people in many respects.
Who teaches the technocrats?
Well, we see a very
social scientists.
Popular example of what's happening with Andrew Tate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you have this guy who becomes a very popular, well-known figure throughout the world in the socials, in social media. And what happens? The technocrats collude together, essentially.
Right. Black Uru, spray the cat with some water.
That's my cat. That's my cat in the background.
Spray the cat with some water. That's the only thing that get him.
Right? Morning time yelling.
Right.
So to engage in some re-socialization of males away from Tate's messaging, we're going to cancel him. So that's the technocrats deciding to engage into some re-socialization or de-socialization, depending on how you look at it.
Informed. Well, that was to Black Uru's point and to BGS's point. Informed by who? The sociologists, man.
To some degree, yeah. Although informed by the sociologists are running the technology.
They always have, man. They always have.
I mean, we call
that. Hold on. You have to ask where the sociologists right to shut down Andrew Tate. You can't have. I mean, even though he was doing a good thing,
it's not. I'm not making a value judgment of Tate one way or. Yeah, but I'm not making a value judgment of Tate one way or the other.
No.
Or that's not my point. My point is less about whether or not I agree with his messaging and more about what they're actually doing.
Right.
So I agree with you on that. So I agree that the message that he said were good, cool, but that's not what they're canceling him for. They actually got him for, money laundering. I mean, a lot of alleged stuff,
That's what you believe, huh?
Yeah. It doesn't.
Well, I'm just saying.
That part of the conversation doesn't matter. That's not what we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
It's too convenient. I think you're missing at the end of the day, and this is actually a really good point. Excuse me. Who, once again, dangerous to whom exactly? Right. Okay. So
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I just want to pose the question again because that's what we're speaking to.
In other words, right? Okay, you have train these boys, these men, to operate a certain way to keep the machine going, right? What if they stop trying to keep the machine going? What's going to happen to it?
Collapse.
It's going to collapse, okay? Do you want your society to actually collapse?
No.
How do you protect it?
Same blaming the need to be. I'm saying.
You destroy the biggest challenges to you
had to curtail it. Things you can't stop, you have to curtail it.
Okay, so but then that goes. So I got to ask the title again because that. So you actually answered the question, but I still have to ask the title. Of danger to whom exactly? Dangerous to whom? So this goes back to what PK was saying about the social scientists. Who actually sees this as dangerous, and why? Well, you already answered why do they see it as dangerous. Then the question is who sees it as dangerous?
It is not the social scientists. You guys are trying to. The social scientists come up with a theory. Okay.
Yeah.
The people that actually manage the society. Your politicians, your wealthy people. These folks have to run the society, right? They make the determination. They make the call.
Yeah.
Okay, social scientists just come up with a theory. We think this is going to happen, but they have to prove it, right? Okay, once they prove it, they see it in action. What do we do? Okay.
Remember, BGS. I'm not saying it's the social science. I'm asking the question for a reason, and you're answering it. By the way, you answered it, but I wanted somebody to actually say it. Who is this dangerous to? Right? Who is the red pill and the black? Because this goes back to a conversation we had months and months and months ago about how actually a well-ordered society would have a bunch of blue pill dudes. You need blue pill. You need blue. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Look, go back to the Matrix, right? You got trillions of people inside the Matrix, right? What happens if it collapses? They all die.
Yeah, that's them. Yeah.
They can't live in the outside world because the world is fucked up, right? They can't live outside the Matrix. Okay.
I mean, you can if you want to see a society. Hell, if you want to argue that it is a society in the first place, man, you can go back to prehistorical times and start to talk about tribes and the different interactions in between them. You start there, and then you start to overlap this with what we're talking about today, and you ask yourself, can we go back to that and have any of this? And I mean that in
who are the true villains in the Matrix? Who are the true villains? Who are the true villains in the Matrix?
You asking a real question.
There are no villains in the Matrix. They're all playing a part.
No, there is an originating villain in the Matrix, and it's the humans. Because if you recall what Morpheus
the Animatrix,
that there was a conflict, and then the humans scorched the sky. Making it virtually uninhabitable for human beings to operate in any fashion other than in the Matrix.
Because the machines work through solar, so we darken the sky so they don't work. But actually, you screw yourself over in the long run.
It's called the first nuclear strike.
Yeah.
So basically, the machines created the Matrix to save the humans.
Once you reach,
which they did.
Once you reach the point of a tribe, essentially, you have to incentivize men to be a part of the tribe. You have to.
Matriarchies will die without the men's consent.
So we go right back to, because of what PK and BGS just said, we go right back to the question I posed before. How do we incentivize the men while upholding the BS
what you have is
women-led
war. What you have is a global matriarchy right now.
Yeah.
And the men don't want any part of it. That's what's happening.
That's the problem, because if they started a real war, what men would actually really fight?
It's not a war, okay? It's not a war.
And it's what I think what we're really speaking to, Irv, is maintaining a society, perpetuating certain thoughts and feelings, but not actually incentivizing damn near half of the people, men, to go along with it, particularly working class men, because you can't promise them anything. You don't have anything to say. But it's never a guarantee, right? So let me get that out of the way. There are no guarantees in life. But hey, if you do it this way, most likely there's this for you at the end, right? Or you're walking down a road where you'll have these options, right? We're taking that away, or we've taken that away, and then told them to do anyway. You told your young men, your sons, your boys to do it anyway. And by the way, get on your hands and knees and let your sister step on your back to get to where she need to be.
Right.
Right. Oh, and by the way, she won't even acknowledge that you did that. Actually, when she gets up on that pedestal, she's gonna slander you and insult you for not being where she is or above.
Well, we've actually we've made some mistakes that were predicated upon a lot of lies. People they have fundamentalist beliefs that were taught inside of our school systems and school systems all across the West that were out of alignment with reality. Many of which have to do with the idea, not the fact, the idea that humans, in the way that we interact, is purposefully without any sort of care for other humans, which is just not. It's just not true. Humans don't interact that way. They just generally don't. If you look at other species, animals in particular, you will see that. But when it comes to humans, we didn't adapt that way. That's not how we actually moved towards tribes. That's not how we actually moved towards any sort of civilization. Because if we ultimately operated upon the principles that we use today, we would have never gotten to the point that we're at.
Okay.
Let me say this real quick. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Y'all go ahead. Throw that in there.
So, for instance, if we moved around the world and we destroyed everything around us, and we decided that we were going to, ultimately decide to just how do I frame this? I'm gonna think about this. Give me a second. Go ahead, someone else. I'm gonna think about this.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah,
I love when I see people trying to put their Big Kev. You've been up here for a minute. You ain't saying nothing yet. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, because I was letting everybody else say it. But listen. Go
ahead.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
So I'm trying to figure out before you go, Big Kev. I'm trying to because I want to do elder privilege too, like Raj be doing. But go ahead, Kev. I'm gonna play. Yeah. I'm probably gonna institute that starting next stream that I have a panel. But go ahead, Big Kev, and then Black Uru, and I think BJS wants to say something also. But go ahead, Big
it's
Kev.
Interesting, Black Uru. We talked about the virus because I think Hardcore Tita kind of talked about this. It's actually not in the virus's best interest to destroy the host. Okay, so what happens is that on the initial part of the virus, when you're first infected with the virus, that's when you experience it the worst. Okay, but once the virus becomes adaptable to the host, it almost becomes almost like benign. There are even some people that argue that genetically speaking, a lot of our DNA is made up of a bunch of viruses. Think of what we talk about developing natural immunity to stuff. So that's just interesting when you talk about being a virus. But in regards
but do humans want to destroy the Earth? I don't think they want to destroy.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So I think the analogy still holds.
Yeah. But I'm saying,
I think it's in the virus as the humans attempting to achieve their goals. They end up destroying the host or the Earth. Not that's their primary motive and intention.
Yeah. So going to what you're saying, Black Uru and Big Kev. So is this just the air quotes growing pains of human beings continuing to terraform the Earth in a way that we think is beneficial for us?
Okay. Well,
of course, but the mistake we made 50 years ago when we turned over the space program to the politicians and the capitalists, because we were supposed to be off this planet decades ago.
I'm just saying. Went to the moon one time. That's if you believe it. I believe it, and that was it. Go ahead, Big Kev, because you're trying to talk. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, but going back to the whole, when people talk about, we've been here before. People gotta understand, societies move in cycles. It's not a linear path. Okay, it's not a perfect linear path. There's been a lot of, especially due to the indoctrination we receive in Western schools. There's a lot of assumptions about how humanity's formed. The narrative that all of quote unquote humanity started off in caves, or that oh, that, you know, people have never thought of any type of electronic or metallurgic technology before. Yeah, these things are actually kind of a mess. But again, when it comes to the society, when it comes to the social engineering,
and you have
we're not the first.
You have proof of these myths, sir?
I'm saying it's like, for example, like when people talk about all of us started off in as K's in Africa. If you look at the Australian Aborigines, they have no genetic connection to Africa whatsoever.
Yes,
like,
yes,
and they actually tested it.
Yes, they
no,
do.
like they actually don't. Like,
no, yes,
in fact, the whole out of Africa theory, the so-called Lucia woman that they say was the oldest black woman, that wasn't an African.
So
that wasn't an African woman. That was an Australian Aborigine woman.
Yes, they do have a connection. They've proved it already.
No, they haven't. Actually, the out of Africa theory has been debunked hundreds of times over. It's much like the lipid hypothesis in nutrition, where you've been told that saturated fat was bad for your health when it actually isn't.
So hold on. Wait. I want to clear this up. I want to clear this up for between you two, because this is something that is worth discussing. However, when you start to say things that are fundamental beliefs that people hold because it's well established or believed, you need to provide evidence. Wait, Big Kev, you need to provide evidence for that claim, dude. You can't just say that. You can't just say that and be okay. So you're gonna have to provide links.
Because what would be interesting is that
what are you saying, that Aborigines are not human?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying is that the narrative that we
maybe
all
they're
started,
the original.
No, I'm saying that the narrative that humanity started off at one place and just spread out from there is not consistent with a lot of the actual evidence that's been presented. How
far back does humanity go, sir, and where did it start?
And that's the problem, is that if the scientists were being honest, they could actually tell you they don't know. They don't know for sure. They don't know. So what they do is that they give a best guess, which is why they propagate the out of Africa theory, because that's their best guess of the assumption of how far back humanity goes.
Where does the Aborigine DNA come from?
It comes from them. Basically, if you look at a lot of their
where's the chain that goes back where the DNA is actually created? Where did it come from?
Well, like I said again.
I'm sorry, Big Kevin, I'll ask the question afterward. Go ahead. I'll ask the question after you go.
But yeah, I was trying to make my main point. You know what I mean? But kind of got sidebarred. But
you sidebarred it. We didn't.
No, we jumped on the example you gave. But the example was like, wait a minute. What you saying?
Exactly.
Go. So let's do this. Finish what you're saying here. Go back to your main point. But we're coming back to this. This is too good. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So like my main point is this: is that again, if you look at societies like the Moche people in what's near like modern day Peru, this idea of trying to have this gynocentric utopia has been attempted before. Even if you look at the story of the Matrix, where they say, "Oh, this is the first time we've created a Matrix. This is our 8th time we've created this society." Again, this hasn't been the first time we've tried to create a gynocentric utopia, but the reason why it keeps failing constantly is because it's not natural. That's not men being overly differential to women and to their own.
Your evidence is what?
As far as with the gynocentric society, again, look at the Moche people. They wiped themselves out hundreds of years before the Europeans ever colonized the Americas, because again, telling men to be overly deferential to women, even to the point where they actively harm their own self-interest, is not a natural way for humans to interact. It's natural for men to care. If you look at something called the woman are wonderful effect in psychology, it's natural to show compassion, and to care about a woman's well-being, obviously, because they're the ones who birthed us and we're sexually attracted to them, and they help birth the children to keep the society alive. That's natural. But being overly deferential to women to the point where it actively harms ourselves, that's not natural. And again, the reason why you're getting so much pushback, especially with people like the Andrew Tate, is because again, you're trying to force something that's not. When we say natural, we mean self-sustaining. You're trying to make something that is not naturally self-sustaining, and that's the reason why you're going to get a bunch of clash and pushback, because it's not it can't, like what you said, BGS, it can't sustain on itself.
Wait, before you respond, BGS, respond, let me get two things out. Happy birthday, Kareen, because it was Kareen said it was her birthday yesterday. Happy birthday!
It was
happy
my
birthday.
yesterday.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Kareen.
Oh yeah, BGS. So we dealing with, so happy birthday to the birthday people. BGS.
No, that's me.
turning-
That's me. That's
Oh,
PK.
PK.
That's me.
Oh,
Yeah,
PK.
it's my
Oh,
birthday
man,
yesterday.
damn it, PK, you messed up. I had a boomer joke for BGS, and the goddamn, I was about
Oh,
to
he
shoot
had
that
it
shit.
in the chamber.
God damn, I had it in the
Wait,
chamber.
wait.
You gotta wait. You gotta wait 4 months.
You gotta wait till
I
May.
gotta
You
wait a
gotta wait till
month.
May.
All right,
You
I'll
gotta
put it.
wait
I'll
4
put it
months.
back.
You gotta wait 4 months. Yeah.
4 months. Okay. And thank you, ICIP13, and he says keep up the good work, Mr. Workzy. Thank you very much. So Big Kev, were you finished? Because I'm about to let BGS respond and then Namer.
Yeah, but yeah, going back to what I'm saying is that that's pretty much what we're discussing. Is that again, we're trying to force something that is not natural, aka self-sustaining, an unnatural worldview onto a natural people, and so because of that, it's going to be clash and pushback because that's basically our unconscious way of rejecting the programming, so to speak.
In other words,
No.
basically, it's not even us. It's not even the men that are doing it. It's actually the women actually rejecting the programming.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, both, but I'm saying like in different ways. Yeah.
That's we actually talked about that earlier. It's called they thought.
Yeah, we literally meant yeah.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, BGS. I'm cutting you off. Go ahead.
No.
Yeah.
The thing is, what you're saying, we already talked about, right? They're finding out they can't overcome nature, at least not yet. Okay.
Right. Well,
You don't got the technology yet. The technology is
Don't have
what's
technology yet.
yeah. The
Exactly.
technology is going to change the game now. Oh, but let me say this real quick, Big Kev. You're right, and I think all of us, and this is where once again, this is like shout out to the brother nameless protagonist. This is where maybe in 5 to 10 decades, it won't matter who you're having sex with because the technology. Let me put it this way: we're right for now. Right now, we're right. Right now, we make sense. I agree with us. I even agree with us past the point of the technology pretty much making this the way men and women move and comport themselves with each other obsolete. I mean, I even think we're right then, but it's just that technology will pretty much make all this conversation that we're having absolutely pointless.
Yeah,
absolutely pointless.
I agree, but you have to. There are a couple of. I love that guy. He's a good dude. Number one, okay. But you have to. I'm talking
guy?
Nameless.
Oh.
He's a good dude. But
I think always been a good dude.
I think that you have to fundamentally have the assumption that we reach singularity with all these different things.
I get what you're saying.
We're very close.
Yeah.
Very close.
No, I don't think that's gonna happen. I think that's why we're dealing with the strife right now. The reason why it's because we have these ideas that can't be back. So this is where Big Kev comes in. We have all these theories and ideas, and yet you don't have the technology to pretty much back that up. So you're dealing with I think it should be this way, but this is what it is. Go ahead.
The tech is here already. The tech is here. It's not going to be. It's already here. The tech is here.
Well, it's not being implemented yet. Let's do that.
Not
been implemented yet, and so you're dealing with this is where Kim from Fort Harriet, Themis, FD Signifier, Khadijah, all the lefties come in with their theories of this non-binary, intersectional feminist relationship model, and they
don't understand what the why.
Or the long-term ramifications of that they're
not taught. They only go by what they're taught.
Yeah,
they're siloed.
Yeah,
that's the problem with them. But go ahead.
One thing I think of realizing about all this. Thank you, Kareem. $4.99. Aboriginal study came from the University of Cambridge. They said it's non-African DNA.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Aboriginal. Yeah. So Karina's backing up what Big Kev said. So let's do this. I'm gonna let Big Kev finish up. Big Kev, you got a minute, and then Namer. So because I know you want to comment on what Karine said. So let me read that also because I know Namer just read it, but let me read it. And Karine backs up Big Kev by saying the Aboriginal study came from University of Cambridge. They said it non-African DNA, right? So and then she left a link in here. So go ahead, Big Kev. Explain that.
That's one study, right?
Well,
one.
Well, you got to remember the whole out of Africa theory came from Charles Darwin. Their argument was basically that all humanity started off as apes and monkeys in Africa, and that basically white people are the more evolved species of the bunch. What we've actually learned, which we know this is true, is that so-called pale skin is not a genetically dominant trait; it's genetically recessive. So that doesn't make any sense.
In other words, there has to be a proto-human, man.
I agree with you both.
Where did the proto-human come from?
Yeah, I think it's.
So let's do this. Wait, PK, wait. So we're PK, you go, and then Dr. Thunder. BJS, were you finished?
Wait, what about me?
No. In other words,
oh yeah, I'm sorry. You're right, Neema. My bad. BGS, go ahead. Then Neema, then PK. Go ahead.
In other words, if there's a proto-human, where did it come from?
Well, again, there's no single birthplace of humanity. Think of it similar to how you can find deer both in Europe as well as in North America. You think about how you can find certain species of plants in multiple parts of the world. Humanity is much the same way. There's no single.
Yeah, but there's no original place. I think what BGS is saying.
You have to have an original seed. Okay.
A common ancestor.
Have a common ancestor.
A common ancestor, or maybe it's not just one common ancestor. Maybe it's a few common ancestors.
No. It can't be. It's got to be one.
That's numerically that's damn near impossible.
Pause. I have to interject. That actually isn't. So the common ancestor theory is partially true and partially false, because we know for a fact that, for instance, we've had what the fuck were they called? We've had different types of humans to walk this planet simultaneously. We know that. Okay. So with that being the case, we have actually breakages in ancestry when it comes to, for instance, when we go through anthropological records.
Right.
That's why they've been looking for the common ancestor to humanity. That's why we used for the longest time, up until recently. Actually, this has been used for the last like 300 years, give or take. The Africa theory, which was purported by Charles Darwin.
Give it a second, Big Kev. After PK, we want to get Neema in. Okay, let's do this. Everybody's trying to go in.
Okay,
we'll do this. We'll do Neema, then Dr. Thunder. Then we'll do Better You, because I heard Better You speaking, and then we'll come back to BGS. Damn, I didn't know my live was gonna be so live. All right, so Neema, then Dr. Thunder, then Better You, then BGS. Go ahead, Neema.
Well, motherfucker, it's called Alive for a reason. But anyway,
I know, right? My live is live. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, either I was gonna slap you like Moses slapped the Jews after catching and worshiping a golden calf, or a Jackie Carr, but beggars can't be choosers. Anyway, basically, when regarding the technology and women and bucking the rejecting the program and everything. This is like a combination of The Matrix meets Demolition Man meets Judge Dredd and a few other movies when you think about it. Because remember, the virtual reality and everything like that. That came from the virtual reality and all this webcams, all that came from Demolition Man. If you think about it, because remember when Sandra Bullock wanted to hook up with Sly Stallone, they had to wear those headsets.
Yep.
And also all the political correctness and all that crap, verbal morality for swearing and shit. Also things you couldn't do. Also they were like health conscious and forcing certain diets and shit. That came from Demolition Man. The genetics and everything, artificial womb crap, that's from Demolition Man. I'm sorry.
Could be that health conscious, but Taco Bell was the best thing over there. Go ahead.
Because of this talk, because you started seeing, the franchise wars, and eventually all the conglomerates were merging into one, slowly by slowly. Just like you seeing how many major broadcasting networks were there before the whatchamacallit, what's the name of the act that Clinton signed in '96?
Telecom.
Yeah, before that, how many networks were there? And then the Telecommunications Act, and then how many were merged into 5 or 6? Soon it's going to be like 3 or 4. It's not right now. Currently it's like 3 and 4, right?
It's like 5.
It's got to be 3 or 4 and 5 or something like that.
Yeah, it's still 5 or 6. Yeah, about 5.
But this tells you that we've been like, this is like my man Lonzo Bowden has a podcast that's who's been paying attention the whole time. We haven't. Some of us haven't. And when we realize it, oh shit, it's too late. So go on next. Go on, folks.
Okay, so Dr. Thunder, your go. Go ahead, Dr. Thunder.
What's happening, man? I'm glad I could finally make it to one of your panels.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for coming
Yeah,
in.
this is oh, absolutely, man. Congratulations on the growth. And yeah, I keep hearing you talking about every once in a while you'll say, I'm thinking about going to school, finishing my degree, X, Y, and Z.
Not you
Man,
too, Dr.
we
Thunder.
listen.
Go ahead,
We need more brothers. We need more brothers that have sense in school.
True.
Right, to battle back, to push back against this sort of indoctrination matrix that the academy
Plus,
has
this
become.
live was a promise to me because I insisted last time.
Hold on, Neymar.
Wait, Neymar. Dr. Thunder, what about if I become part of the Matrix? What about if I come out on some, you know what, you black men just need to burn out? No, that ain't me.
Yeah. I think it's very unlikely.
I agree.
It's very unlikely. I think you I'm sure you'd learn some things that maybe you didn't know, but you have a particular worldview. And what I've grown to learn is that it's the worldview that is going to either cause you to embrace or reject information. And that's that can be for the good or for the bad. And that's why I think that having a worldview that is able to accommodate, these sorts of conversations, these topics is important. And I find that there's a remarkable compatibility in all that's been said on your show today and biblical prophecy. There's all kinds of stuff that lines up with a lot of these dynamics on multiple fronts. And even when you hear even the movies that were referenced, when you look at the storylines and everything else, it's very hard to see a different conclusion than the one that has been than the ancient conclusion. Than the one that has already been sort of now, as far as the details, as far as when it's going to be and all that kind of stuff, that's a different thing. But a lot of these sort of folks that have been sort of labeled conspiracy theorists, much of what it is that's being said, though maybe they don't understand the timing, maybe they could be wrong about the timing, but frankly, most of these sort of big these big events are happening now, have already happened, or are imminent. They're going to happen. One thing in particular with the relationship dynamic, especially as it applies to the Black community, but this is I think due to sort of hypergamy on steroids. This whole 7-to-1 ratio, where 7 women will be will want just one man so that they can be called by his name just to remove their reproach. That whole business, that is definitely, it's directly happening right now. That's
rule, huh?
That's right. That's right. So anyhow, I just wanted to come up and say congratulations again, encourage you, and if I can be of assistance and asset at all in helping to make some.
I can't let my mom hear this. That's all I know. Can't let my mom hear this, or my younger sister, or my girlfriend, or her dad. So yeah, because her dad just said that to her, like, I don't know, maybe a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago. He was up because he has his master's also. So I'm gonna argue with you.
Now I'm gonna argue that I don't necessarily think that school is necessarily the pathway for everyone, especially men, because it's very adversarial to men. Okay, especially Black men. I think it takes a special kind of person that I think the reason largely that I went as long as I did to school, because I don't really like school. But
I would have never guessed that, Dr. Thunder, because the way you speak, the way you comport yourself, I would because you did a great job, because I could never tell.
Yeah, well, I don't really like school, but I think because I'm an introvert and because I just got in, did what I was supposed to do, and got out, I was able to sort of keep myself away from aspects that would have, created, kind of a jaded sort of disposition. Now that being said, I am kind of jaded. When I look back and I see how adversary to black men, and even just the the willingness to highlight black men of significance is met with a really aggressive pushback, not just by faculty, but the students have been conditioned to push back, especially at these PWIs. And it's also remarkable because the same students will be the ones that will be trying to get you canceled for pushing back against Black Lives Matter. But then out of the other side of their mouth, or rather out of the other side of their neck, I should say, they are, they're criticizing things that are highlighting the significance of black men. Excellent black men that have done things of excellence, because it's racist, because what about the women? Look, man, that what about the women? What about the women is like programmed even in white students. What about the women? They will say, what about the women? It's like remarkable. It's like, come on, man. And it'll be a group of white dudes saying, what about the women? It's like, dude, and there's not even any. Look, there won't even be any black women around, and they'll be like, "Well, what about the black women?" It's like, get out of here, man.
Yeah. Well, you want to know what socialization look like? Listen to what Dr. Thunder just said.
Yep. Exactly.
Ain't no women, let alone black women inside, and they still like, what about the women though? Y'all just not gonna mention.
Let me just say this last thing, and if you don't mind, this is a somewhat of a shameless plug.
Go ahead.
Later on today, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, if folks can come through, it's going to be on Ike's channel, Case Closed, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's our panel show, and always a topical, a trending topic with an all-star panel. And then since BGS is on the panel right now, the end of this month, the 26th, which is a Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Case Closed, I'm doing a Black History Month program, and it'll be Dr. Tia San Johnson, BGS, Green Gorilla, Dr. Neil, Dr. Neil, Alan Obi, myself, and of course Ike, who's the moderator of the show, will be there. We'll probably have LAR will probably be there also. So it's that's going to be a great conversation. It'll be a Black History Month kind of thing. So if folks want to come through and check it out, man, congratulations again on the growth. Great interview with I'm
just letting you know, Dr. Thunder, you sounded very sexist, but you said Black History Month. I don't know. What about the women? What about Black History Month?
You don't even know. Yeah, you don't even know. You don't even know, man. The way that I'm going to name the video. The way I'm going to name the video is going to be like Black His Story. It's going to be a capital HIS.
Dr. Thunder is clickbait, and he want all the smoke.
I'm straight trolling. Straight trolling.
Damn, get on it.
All right. See y'all later.
All right, Dr. Thunder, thank you for coming up. And let me read this real quick before y'all continue. And Dr. Thunder said, I want all the smoke. But Kaneda says, shout out to Dr. Thunder. My mom was telling me the other day the Bible spoke of what will happen when women have power over men. Ta-da! All right, y'all, go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say, the Bible has a lot of coded language that a lot of people don't realize. There's a reason why it says in the Bible that Jesus spoke in parables. So,
after this, I'm better you because I want to continue the line that we had going. But go ahead, Big Kev.
Go ahead, Big Kev, but yeah, that's an example of what Dr. Thunder was talking about. That's an example of like the misandrist programming, is because again, when you see a lot of these people on the far left talk about the what about the women, what about the women, it's usually a deflection because they don't actually talk about the Black female inventors that actually have invented things of note, such as Mary Kenner inventing the sanitary napkin, or the one Black woman who invented the home security system. You know what I mean? Like they don't talk about those women who actually made legitimate.
Well, you know why, Big Kev? It really is. Shut up, man. Shut your face.
Exactly. Not only that, not just that, but also too because most of those women were married to black men, so it kind of undermines the whole well-behaved woman never still to make history argument as well. You know, that's the reason why they don't acknowledge those women. So again, like you said,
a black woman and a family with a black man creating stuff, and her man backs her up. What type of travesty?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, by the way,
wait, Naaman. And Trell Bentley, I have to read this because it's freaking hysterical. Trell Bentley says, "What about day history? Day story?"
Yeah, I want to get to that actually. I wanted to address that.
Wait, Naaman. I'm sorry.
Said,
I gotta let Better You go. Better You've been holding on for forever, right? Go ahead, Better You, and then Naaman. Wait, you just gotta make a comment. Go ahead, and then Better You. Go ahead.
Comment. Because because understand, you guys are failing to say something. This is Black History Month, right? And Dr. Sanders said his story. Shouts out to he's quoting the name of the title of a poem by Mr. Gil Scott Heron. R.I.P. brother.
Yes.
And by the way,
go ahead,
Big Kev. Book of Luke, I believe, chapter 13 is what you're talking about. Jesus, the parable of the farmer and the seeds.
All right, and go ahead, Better You. Go ahead, Better You, and then I'm about to close it out in a minute because if Sandog is still trying to do this,
stop lying,
right?
You ain't got nothing better to do. Stop lying, bro.
Look, bro, I have a whole situation. I got at least got like 3 or 4 more. Yeah, I hate that y'all made Better You right about this. I hate that y'all made Better You right. I said y'all like I'm not the one doing it, but I hate that y'all made Better You right. And I counted it. I was like, Better You's right. I do be saying that shit like 3, 4, 5 times. But go ahead, Better You. Go ahead.
So I counted 2 things. I'll get in here real quick. One, the original question that you asked, like, who's it a danger to? The red pill, I guess you could say, or the manosphere. You could argue it's a danger to the state or to the status quo.
That's my point. That was
because
the point. Yep.
What we have is a capitalist system, which, and this kind of piggybacking on the whole natural artificial we got into. This system and capitalism kind of ignores the world around it. There's only the profit incentive.
Yeah.
And ironically, if you know the business and marketing mix, and one of the things being part of that being the environment and place as in where you sell your product, it's kind of counterintuitive because you would think that sustainability in some form would be in every large company's purview, especially one that has an effect on the environment. But because profit overrides everything.
Is it just me? Is he talking?
He's not talking.
He's not talking. I think he went off. His mic went off.
Better You. I thought it was me. I thought I got dropped, but I was over here putting something down to Sandog. Sandog, we might have to reschedule for real, bro, because you see how long me and Sandog. Well, on my time, it would be 1 o'clock. And it's about to be 12 o'clock. Me and Sandog were supposed to be doing a stream about was it Passport? I can't remember. I remember it was in the email. But Sandog, we might have to reschedule for next Sunday if that's possible for you because after this, Mr. Z trying to get some Z's.
That's gonna be like what?
Like Z's like sleep and Z's like cars. You see that?
What's the time difference between Miami and Dubai? First of all,
I don't know. Hours.
Yeah, I want to say something real quick. Yeah, y'all gotta start reading your material about out of Africa, right? Okay. There's more than one wave. That's what they're saying in the article. More than one wave. Read your material. I just read it. Go back and read your shit, okay? Before you guys start spouting off. There's more than one wave of human beings coming out of Africa. That's what the article is actually saying.
So is it? I didn't read the article yet. Is it still pegging the first out of Africa theory? We're talking about for human beings, not the whatever 70, 80,000 years. Is that are they still pegging it around that time?
72,000 years.
Okay.
Aboriginals only go back 50,000 years. What does that mean?
Okay. So wait, Aboriginals got to Australia 50,000 years ago. Not that they left Africa. Okay, 50. Okay.
Yeah, the first. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because
More than one wave. In fact, that's just the wave that with the Homo sapiens sapiens. Okay.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, that's So that's what I was gonna say.
Because
Also,
human beings go back 2 million years. There's more than
yeah,
one wave.
yeah.
Lots of waves came out of the continent.
Well, what are Neanderthals? What are they considered? Human? What's their like technical science name?
God,
Well,
I don't know.
I forget what they call, but the thing is, they're the Homo
Homo
sapiens.
neanderthalis.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Gilgami. Gilgami, you've been super quiet too. Go ahead, Gilgami. BGS, are you done?
Yeah. But the
Okay.
thing is, you have to start reading your material. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Out of Africa means just the last wave of Homo sapiens sapiens. But the thing is, they've been coming out of Africa for forever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, and
go ahead.
to put a fine point on it, you know, where you may have come from does not prove that you did not descend from someone who was from some other place.
Right.
True.
So even if the Aborigines came from some other area of the earth, that doesn't mean that their original DNA was not from Africa. And I think that may be what has been confused here.
Yeah.
When I see the Aboriginals, I almost see Dravidians. I see like the darkest of the dark Indians, right? Indus people. Like that's when I see them, I'm like,
they come from the Jarawa tribe. They actually found out the connection. You know, that's why
Okay.
Anthony's Island, they found a connection. They go back 160,000 years. Okay.
So
Can
they're
I
Melanesians, basically.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Since I guess BGS, did you read the actual shit or did you just read the abstract?
I read the article that the link that they sent me.
Okay, yeah, I got you. So probably the abstract. I'm curious to know because if you read the same thing I did, because I don't actually know the answer to this, and it'd be interesting to find out more where the actual link to the full study is and see what they say in it. Because I mean, this is just an abstract, so it leaves much up to the imagination. I clicked on the.
It leaves much to be desired. Go ahead.
In other words, the oldest human DNA ancestor that they can find is Lucy, right? 1.8
Yep.
years.
That's Ethiopia, Eritrea area, right?
Yeah.
Ethiopia, Australopithecus.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I mean, this isn't for someone, you know, ultimately I am a layman. So this is just for the, how do I put this, the context, because there's much context that's left out generally in studies that they then draw conclusions to in the abstract or sometimes leave out. So it's worth looking into deeper is what I'll say. I think that much is clear because all we're left with here is an abstract.
Unless you can find DNA that's older than the ones that are on the continent, that's what you're left with.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. That's clear.
Let me get this out real quick. Better, you had a question. You said, "Can I get the link? Can you get the link? What better? Did better you fall out? Oh yeah, he did. Oh wait, did he? Okay, yeah. I'll put the link up. Who was Gilgami? I think you were trying to say something. Go ahead.
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, first, thank you, Mr. Z, for having me on the panel.
No
Greetings
problem,
to all the guests as well and everyone in the chat. One of the points, well, first to the point that we just mentioned, I also read the article that was provided. Indeed, it was actually discussing different streams of migrations. For example, when you were discussing the Dravidians of India, if you read the different anthropological works, you would observe different streams of migrations, similar clusters of DNA found in the Australians, the Papua, the South Indians, the Jawa, going on one streams. And even in the Americas, you would find in certain articles 3 streams at least of population migrations. One stream is coming observable in the eastern coast of Brazil, coming straight from the continent via the Atlantic many tens of thousands of years ago. And when you observe on the western coast of the Americas, 2 streams, one which has DNA clusters more closer to the Dravidians and the Australians, the native Australians, and then the third latest migrations was closer to the Mongolians and Siberians. In other words, you can find at least 3 streams of DNA found in the quote-unquote native Americans with the different tens of thousands of years of migrations.
I know the Mongols definitely are the ones that became Mexicans. Go ahead.
Exactly. And actually, even in Canada, you would find in the northern the Inuits some they are black Inuits whose skins have remained white, black, despite tens of thousands of years, about 12,000 years of migrations, which is different. They are not talked a lot in the media because then it brings forth more questions about the divergence of blacks from whites. But there are different streams of DNA that can be observed across the globes, different streams from the continent and outward towards the Americas, towards Europe and Asia. For example, the Ainus of northern Japan, who are pale skins, have closer DNAs with the Australians than the regular white and yellowish Japanese and Chinese.
I think this, and I think one of the questions, one of the links to this is something that hasn't really been strongly considered, which I think should be looked at more deeply. Is truthfully, when we start to look at, obviously, when we start to talk about the what do you call them? You named it a moment ago. The
group of people. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a subset of type of human. The Neanderthal.
Yeah.
When you start to talk about them, I think that one of the links and one of the missing links is obviously to the Neanderthal and the links in between the DNA there. And I think that one of the biggest questions in relation to this is obviously the population and how we got to form these different groups and how we moved out. And this is something that we don't actually take into consideration when we look at the population spread. I think that is one of the links that we obviously don't spend enough time. We don't spend a lot of time on, insofar as how this affected migration, and not only that, how this affected evolution, and maybe there's some differences in evolution between the really humanity as a whole, because I believe there's enough evidence to believe that maybe we didn't all derive. We may have derived from the same ancestor, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we evolved the same way. I think that much may be true.
I mean,
but actually, the principle of evolution is variation. So some people, especially when you talk with people who are not in the STEMs, they have a different understanding of the word evolution. If you talk to scientists in the rigorous way, evolution means it's variation, observation of variation across a spectrum of time. That is evolution. In other words, if the level of variation is 0, it is still part of an evolution. If it decreases, if it changes,
let me ask this question on the notion of evolution. Could we have? I mean, if we can reproduce together, it can share blood. Regardless of differences in our appearance, we're still the same.
It's still the same species,
A lion may be white. You have lions that are white. You have lions that are brown. You have lions of different shades of mane, but they're all still lion, and they can all still mate together.
Yeah.
So
that may be true, but I think the bigger question is by well, this is okay. Fuck, I don't know how to make this argument without sounding like a racist. Holy shit, this is fucked. All right, so I'm gonna step into some shit here probably. So watch out. But,
oh boy.
Yeah, watch out.
That's actually funnier than the way you said. I'm gonna step into some shit. So watch for the poop that's flicking off of his shoe. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Man, this might sound bad. I'm gonna be careful. I'm gonna try to be careful with this.
Tread carefully, please, sir. You already know they're trying to take us down.
Listen, I think that your argument is 100% valid, Black Guru. I think that much is a fact. We know this to be fact, and we know this to be true. However, one thing that may have caused some differences, maybe in, we would say, maybe not necessarily intelligence, but we would say what's the word? The way that we want our societies to be structured, our mating patterns, are these things, these particular things may have developed differently. Okay, so I think that by virtue of that, we could probably find out more. So I'm leave
I
it
don't
there.
know what that means.
I gotta leave it opaque. I got to. This is nasty.
I think it's what BGS.
I didn't even really catch it. I'm gonna have to catch it on the replay to decipher what he was saying.
Yeah, I mean,
well, no, I think I can explain it.
I gotta be careful. This is a nasty one because you gotta understand this all derives from a lot of racist shit. So you gotta be careful.
How do we explain that?
I think I can address what you present by something that BGS often discuss, and that is the effect of environment.
Yes.
Look, if you're in an environment where food is scarce, resources are scarce, conditions are stark, you're probably going to develop a particular sort of character and behavior that's different from people on the other side of the world where foliage and fruit is plentiful and there's plenty of fresh water, and you're probably going to develop different sorts of characters that are going to evolve in certain traits over time. And maybe I should be careful about using the term evolve. Develop.
Yeah, that's why I'm careful.
And certain gene expressions are going to become more prominent than other over time for the purposes of survivability.
It's called selection. You know?
Yeah, and adaptation.
Yeah. We're only everything we're saying. We're always only one word away from going all the way up.
You can in this shit.
You can get weird in a lot of different
Most
directions.
of European technology is borrowed from someplace else. Okay,
Man,
gunpowder, including iron. They didn't invent that shit.
True. Yeah. Hey, I'm just saying when you said selection, BGS, I was like, wait a minute, select. Oh crap!
No, it is.
I was like, wait a minute.
It is selection.
No. There's another word that if you would have modified selection to selective, and said another word after that, we would have been in Cynthia G side of the game. Go ahead.
Well, here's what's something that's not often considered that we don't want to. Yeah, I agree. That something that we don't often consider, and this is something that we're starting to find out now by virtue of CRISPR and Cas9, is that the Neanderthal and how much that DNA has spread is virtually.
PK, pause for the cause after this. Sandog, go ahead, PK.
It's virtually in most of humanity's population across the world at this point, and the reason for that, I would argue, and this hasn't been scientifically proven, is by virtue of the fact that if we want to use the out of Africa theory as a benchmark, we would say that these people may have left Africa and went to these different places, and ultimately, when they left these different places, they may have made contact with the Neanderthal, and ultimately they repopulated to other places.
Neanderthals were actually an earlier wave of people. That's all. They're earlier wave of people.
Yeah.
And so that may be that particular link that we don't want to look at because obviously it's racist roots, but that particular link may be one of the keys that we don't want to acknowledge because we're so stuck.
What key is that?
Like I said, I don't think we want to acknowledge the fact that there may have been some. Oh fuck! How do I not step on this shit?
Let me because I've heard it also. So let me say it like this. BGS, follow where I'm going with this.
Okay.
A certain group of people might have mixed with the Neanderthals, and sub-Saharan Africans didn't.
Wrong.
Although because of not that one. But you've heard that one before. You know where I'm going with that. Okay. All right.
Just
say it, PK.
Yeah.
I would say that most peoples on this planet are actually descendants of the people that mix with Neanderthals, and that DNA has actually been throughout all groups across the planet at this point.
No, from my understanding, except for sub-Saharan Africans.
Yeah, they don't have any.
I don't know. Maybe
they don't have any. They don't have.
Yeah. They don't. And the only reason we got it is because of obviously our history.
Admixture. Yeah.
Obviously our history.
Should I be thankful I don't have any?
If you got some Arab in you, you probably do.
Not necessarily Arab, but Semite, because my ancestors were
probably you do. And go ahead, Sandog, what's going on, bro?
Yo, what's going on?
I missed the shit. Oh no.
Go ahead, Sandog.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Well, just real quick on what y'all was talking about a little bit earlier. in terms of the environment and human beings and their relationship to the environment, and what BGS was bringing up in terms of the Joker, right? What you would call the black pill. The big one of the issues is the internet itself is a problem, because truth be told, you were never supposed to know. The everyday man was never supposed to know the things that the manosphere exposed or brought about.
Yeah.
That is what kept society up and running, right? What was the beautiful lie, right? Okay, I love Maria since high school, and she dated BGS, and he was wrong for her. And one day she realized that I was a great guy, and I was a good man, and I won her over.
Simp stories. Go ahead.
Yeah. 2 kids and BGS in jail. 10 years later, right? So this is
simp narratives. This is what we tell ourselves. Go ahead.
Yeah, correct. So this is what we tell ourselves. Exactly. So this, and again, and that's what comes on TV. That's what Disney says, the soap operas and all of that other kind of stuff, right? So that's the thing. So ultimately, that's just the one thing I wanted to say on that I had put down in the chat, was that for all of this, you were never supposed to know. So now that you have this thing called the disruptor, called the internet, right? That has ruined society. So if 1.0 BGS and Rollo Tomasi would have kept their damn mouths shut, guess what? We all be happy right now.
Well, the internet democratized the town square. This is one of my favorite quotes. I say it all the time. The internet has democratized the town square, and they should have never gave you niggas the internet, because going back to what Sanddog is saying, now we can have these conversations, and we will still have, and this is what BGS spoke to one time, like, we will still have people that come here, they're red pill as hell, but they don't like it, and they turn purple, or they try their hardest to go back blue, which I don't think is really possible. But because the truth of the shit is just too taxing, right? So
you guys were never supposed to know what us dirty athletes and Q dogs, right, or whatever, was supposed to know. You were never supposed to know this. And then as for the current subject, again, I know you guys may laugh me off, right? And I'm ready for my YouTube degree from BGS. But again, I am a fan. I am a fan of many religious approaches. And so again, one of my favorite readings is the Enuma Elish, right, which is the Babylonian creation myth. And I know you guys have heard of this before. And so under the Babylonian creation myth, this is what sounds more feasible to me, was that at some point extraterrestrial life came here and terraformed everything, and we're a product of such.
Could be.
Oh yeah, I've heard this before. I heard that before. Yeah.
Well, and that's why I speculated early on whether or not we
that's
are
where you were going.
natural to this planet. I think that actually connects with that.
And I've heard what Black Uru has spoken to also. Like, as a matter of fact, my dad was the first person to kind of imply that to me when I was a teenager. He didn't go, please, you're just a kid. So he implied it and like let it go. But I never actually forgot that he like said, I'm gonna talk to him about that. And ask him where he was going with that. But yeah, what Black Uru just said, I've heard that throughout my life also. So I've heard what Sanddog said, and I've heard what Black Uru said, and we don't know. It's like the short and long of it. We don't know. So Big Kev was right about that. We don't know, but I don't know about the not out of Africa theory part of what he was saying. But the fact of we don't actually fully know, I agree with that. And I don't know. I think human beings are still longing for something greater, like, because we still don't know exactly what's in our oceans and all that other stuff, but I think we feel a bit lonely. Like, is it just us? Is it like, because we haven't met anybody else yet, and we haven't seen a planet where things are like, we think that this planet could inhabit life, and it might, but we don't, an intelligent life on top of that, but nobody's come and visit. I don't want anybody to visit right now. And we haven't gone anywhere and met any intelligent life form, so they're telling us. So I think we're just trying to figure out answers, and we're just grabbing that shit. Go ahead.
Pause. I mean, this has been spoken about by people with bigger brains than probably all of us. And they have already said that is statistically impossible. There is no possibility, 0% chance that there's no other life on any other planet
I would agree.
that is to our capability or higher. It's not possible.
Yeah.
Not possible.
I agree. As a matter of fact, y'all remember the comet that fell in Russia? What was it, a decade ago by now? Maybe working on a decade. It was either asteroid or comet that fell, and they're doing the carbon dating, and they found a piece of a tooth wheel. For those of you like when you break open a clock, like the actual gears and stuff. So they found a piece of that in it, and they carbon dated it for some, I don't know, 300 million years. It was some stupid number, and it was like, so out there somewhere 300 million years ago, so this is before Earth even thought about having human beings. Some 300 million years ago, some advanced thing out there created.
In other words, a planet blew up and this was trapped inside that.
Yeah. And eventually hit us. And if I'm not mistaken, if it was in 300 million years, I might be exaggerating with a number, but it was like millions of years. It was just an insane amount of time. And if you think of, I remember having this conversation with my lady the other day, and I'll shut up after this. I was like, babe, even human beings, if you even take us and we manage not to kill each other, and you just advance us another 1,000 years, you're dealing with a damn near different species. Yeah, let alone if you advance us another 10, 15, 50,000 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we have not advanced to the point of qualifying for some greater species prime directive, first contact.
I agree. I would agree. We haven't advanced enough to be part of the alien United Nations. I agree.
We've not achieved interstellar space travel, warp. Maybe there's a similar sort of analysis that's been made against us.
Wasn't that was Star Trek, right? When human beings discovered the warp drive, and then the Spock
Vulcans
came, it was like y'all are not leaving.
Yeah, maybe that's what they're working on. I don't know.
Well, kind of to throw this one thing in there because I know I got knocked off, but in regards to the whole back to Africa theory, at least to everything that I've come across, the oldest haplogroups all originating in Africa. There are some genes which mutated and were developed outside of the continent. And like the Aboriginals, as the other person I was speaking earlier, they have closer ties to Asians than Africans. But the oldest genes on the planet, at least to that have been discovered to date, have been African.
And from my understanding, Africa still has the most genetically diverse. It's still the most genetically diverse continent on the planet, if I'm not mistaken. Still, like even with those all how America is set up right now, with just all of us different backgrounds, it's still the most genetically diverse. Because I don't think they're obviously they're not just counting race, right? Like this fictitious thing we created. But yeah,
no, they count individual genes. Yeah.
Yeah, so
it's heavy. It's heavy like that, man. It's heavy. Like when you go to East Africa alone, like you can literally see like the whole Asian phenotype just in East Africa alone, like that, and like you can see like small variations of like Indian populations to a degree, but you can really look at it. Like you can be like, oh, I can kind of see over like 1,000,000 years, like if this one African kind of did go over to the world instead did mix with somebody else, how that could necessarily be an Asian person like 1,000,000 years down the line. Like it's kind of odd.
I mean, look at okay, so my grandma on my dad's side, she had Mandela's eyes, right? She had, like, if you ever look at Nelson Mandela, you see, like, you could see it in his face, right? You could see the Asian phenotype in his face, right?
Yeah.
My grandma on my and one of my uncles on my dad's side still kind of has those features coming from my grandma. As a matter of fact, my aunt, who's old, my dad's oldest sibling, as she's getting older, she's starting to adopt the same type of look that my grandma had. But my grandma always looked like that, even from her younger pictures. Right? So
this supports BTS's earlier idea, and I somewhat agree with it, that we may very well have a progenitor, but I mean it's unconclusive at this particular point in history. We don't have solid evidence. There's no way to know. I think that there's a lot of conjecture. I think that it also is, I think there's a lot of evidence to support that idea, like you just mentioned a moment ago, that people look similar. I think there's some truth to that. I really do. but I don't know if it's conclusive at this point.
Why would people who don't have a common progenitor be able to procreate?
That's what I was just about to say. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, why would that? Why would a world be created and you would put some people over here and some people over there, or something that eventually would become people, but yet they could reproduce together? How would that? I mean, I'm not a biologist, but how would that work?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't actually have the capacity to be able to answer this question, definitively.
No, that's why I'm thinking it got to be in waves, though. That's why I'm when you actually look at it, it makes sense. Like, you go out necessarily in a generation, let's say one group of humans go out, all right, a war happened, whatever, you was going to go on an adventure, fuck it, whatever, right? You go out necessarily, the world is frigid cold at this point. So now you got to adapt a whole different characteristics and mindset to go out in that environment, right? So you live in that environment. All right, another time period is it's super hot this time in the time and this time period, right? So now you need to adapt another kind of mindset for living in that kind of environment. Then you have all that necessarily throughout history for another 1,000 years, couple 100,000 years, just in complete isolation that's going on. You can start to see how you start to get different variety of humans, though. I mean, if that makes sense.
I think of that when I think of the Arabs coming back into North Africa. Y'all realize that there are people that they think they always were there. There's people that think that Arabs were always in North Africa, like how they are now, right?
Yeah. Like, I noticed that people actually believe that shit too. Yeah, that's crazy.
Look at America. You could fast forward America another 1,000 years. Let's say we manage not to kill ourselves or kill each other on this planet and in America specifically, and we manage not to do it. I know, right? I know, but if it wasn't for historical record, and even that could be tampered with over an amount of time, it's going to be hard to tell people at one point there were these people. There's the indigenous people that crossed over the Bering Straits, and they looked like this. Nothing like these kind of mixed mulatto, white, black people that's walking around now. They looked like this. They wore garb like this, and they had this type of culture until the Europeans came and slaughtered everything. But
the Europeans attack, bro.
Right? Exactly.
I love that show, bro.
But to an extent, though, we kind of do know that we do have genetic evidence of progenitors, though. There's chromosomal Adam, and you have genetic E. And once again,
the problem with that is right, that you can only test the genetics that's left. You know what I mean? Like, you can only test what's left, right? That is so basically, like if we let's say Africans just get like, I don't know, superpower, overnight, right? Wipe out everybody else, and we say, 2,000 years from now, it was like, who's the progenitor? Well, it's only us because we're the only people alive.
Now, I think when you start to look at this over time, the argument becomes useless. But I think that when you're in a particular moment in time, the discussion can be useful. So, for instance, if the current age that we're in, it can be useful to describe certain phenomena within different populations and groups of humans. I think that can be used as a way to essentially understand why things are happening amongst groups. But when you start to look towards the future and the outcomes that are a result of technology, it becomes less and less relevant and less useful to any sort of conversation. But that's
let me get this out real quick. Wait. Before you respond, because I want to make. Let me read this first, and I want to say something to Gilgami, because I think he was the one who sent me a particular email that I still ain't checked out yet, but I saw the email. Let me read this first. So, thank you, Too Watchful, and Too Watchful said BGS tax. Thank you very much. Okay, so Gilgami, were you the one that sent me the email? Because okay, let me break it down for people. I've said this a couple of times, and it's just a theory of mine. I don't have anything to back it up. But I look at Arabs as like a fixed mixed race, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Middle Eastern. So like, yeah, like
they are.
Yeah. Okay. So, and I think Gilgami, was it you, Gilgami, that sent me an email to kind of confirm that? Yeah. Exactly. So like, okay. Yeah. Because when you look at certain Arabs, it's like, it reminds me of like borderline whiter looking mixed black people, like, right? Like white passing black people. Right,
like,
but go ahead,
you can't tell the difference between a Mexican and an Arab, bro. And when you actually really take the time to look at a Mexican,
there's some of them,
Arab, and when you understand the history of what necessarily would happen over there, it's like, oh yeah, I can kind of see it. Like at one point in time, that may have been like a different group of people, but they basically just got completely obliterated at that point to a degree and got mixed in.
Yep, that's good shit. Maybe, but go ahead, Gilgam. You were saying something. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was want to, because you said that you were suspecting that the Arabs, I would call it the Semites, would be, in other words, all the Palestinians, Iraqis, and so forth, are a mix of black and white. You were correct. Actually, Dr. Chekantadiop, who was an anthropologist, he was a STEM man he was a physicist, chemist, biologist, and he went also into the social sciences. He explained when it comes to the migration of people, that the so-called Semites, and as well as the people of North Africa, were the fruit of what he referred to as the process of Semitization. In other words, there was a substrate of black people living as the native of Western Asia, Southwestern Asia, as well as North Africa. And then the first migrations of white people coming from Russia and Central Asia entered the region of what was Sumer and so forth. The Sumerians referred to them as the Martu. They were nomadic people. And then they became to mix with the people of Western Asia to then become to produce the different people that can. That's why when you observe the iconography of antiquity, when you observe the first people, you will observe, for example, black Sumerians, black Babylonians, black Elamites in Persia. And as the situation progresses, you observe a new breed of people that looks more and more mixed. That's why the older Assyrians look like direct mestizos. The first, the Semitic Akkadian are different from the primordial Akkadians who are black. But then Sargon of Akkad is a fruit of a mixed breeding of the Martu, the first white people who entered Western Asia, and then so on and so forth, they became mixed. That's why, for example, some Greeks in their period referred to a part of the Syrian population as Leuco-Syrian, which means white Syrians, to distinguish them from the black Syrians who were as the Phoenicians. Since the Phoenicians at the base were black people, like Hannibal, and then they became mixing. So what happened in North Africa is that there was a native black population, and then migration from Europe and the eastern part of Turkey during the period of Ramesses. They were referred to as the people of the seas. After the war of the Trojan War, there was migration of people in North Africa. They tried to invade Egypt, but the Egyptians repelled them in what became today Libya and the rest of North Africa.
Yeah, Tunisia and Libya and
exactly.
Whatnot. Yeah.
Yes, and when Dr. Chekantadiop was also a linguist, was observing the language of the Berber of North Africa, they said you can observe a mix of Germanic, African, and East and Western Asian language combining as a hybrid, which is the same process that occurred in Western Asia to produce the Semites. In other words, and then after that, there was also the Arabic invasions. In other words, North Africa is a melting pot of multiple generations of mixing and so forth.
So let me, because I'll actually want to use something super modern as an example of exactly what you just said. But let me read this for he had his soul. Thank you very much. And what he had his soul. Thank you for the super chat. He says, thanks for the discussion, Z, and the rest of the panel. To the elders, Black Uru and BGS. Thank you very much. If we didn't have the concept of race, but the same things happened in South Africa, what would we call the coloreds, right? Like the coloreds became whites tried to use them as the buffer class, but their look differentiated from the darker skinned South Africans. But imagine that without the concept of race, but you still have that color spectrum that grows out of the mixing of the white Europeans and the black native South Africans, right? So that's what we're speaking to, right?
There's no particular name for these groups of people in
they just make their own name up.
There's no so for instance, if you were to describe a group of peoples in South Africa, pick a date prior to really the 1600s, you're not going to find any particular nomenclature for these groups of people outside of their region, outside of
their tribe names and maybe
right their tribe names and the regions. You're not going to find you'll find a descriptor for their traits, and short of that, you don't find any sort of extreme distinctions in terms of skin color as the primary leading factor for how they describe them. That's a new relatively in the scope of history. This is a pretty damn new concept.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. No, I agree with that.
When you think about humanity's evolving from, because supposedly the greatest variety of gene expressions come out of sub-Saharan Africa. The genes of the sub-Saharan African are magical. They're magical because they could literally change or express themselves in different ways based on the environments that their children went into.
Yeah.
They could literally go in Switzerland and become blonde and white, or they could go in China and become yellow with different eye expression.
Shout out to
Or they
Mystique
could
from
go
X-Men.
to Australia and have an interesting mixing expression of European and sub-Saharan African phenotype. The magical combination of genes, variety of genes that came out of sub-Saharan Africa.
There's an extreme expression of this when you look to I can't remember. I was reading about it recently. There's a group of people who live on the sea somewhere. They're a seafaring group of people, and they actually develop webbed feet, webbed hands, and they essentially have enlarged lungs, and they essentially hunt underwater mostly.
I've seen that.
Wait a minute.
I've actually seen that documentary. I think there's somewhere in Asia.
He's not lying.
I think there's somewhere in Asia. Yeah.
Webbed hands, webbed feet, my friend.
But not webbed in the way you say. You thinking like super webbed. It's not. You thinking like
Not to that degree. No.
Yeah.
But
When they say web, like
a heightened expression of skin and cartilage to facilitate them being able to more efficiently travel in water. And
I heard about people like the giant
and
lungs.
they do have much greater lung capacity than your typical human beings, because they essentially live on the water. They do all their hunting in the water. They essentially spend all their time, their waking moments of life, in or on the water. So they've adapted to being able to live as almost as amphibious as a human being could be.
And I wonder what would human beings be in different regions of the world if we didn't have, because what technology is doing is it's actually us creating the ability to, air quotes, evolve at our own however fast we can, our own pace. But I wanted to, you're right, but I wanted to say it in a slightly different way.
That's the only way to say it, at our own pace.
No, but it's
at our own ability.
Fast our own. That's what I was gonna say. However fast our imagination and the actual ability to put it together, our own pace. And so, our physical evolution, I wonder how much technology has hampered that. Right, until of course we can actually have the implants to strengthen up your muscles without actually having to work out, like practically press a button type thing, right? But I wonder how much technological advancements has hampered human beings evolve in a particular way, right? So let me read this super chat real quick, and then Zulu, you go ahead and finish. Big Kev says dark skin, hairs, eyes isn't limited to Africa only. That's true. I don't think anyone's arguing that that's limited to just Africa or sub-Saharan Africa. But go ahead.
That's kind of a blanket statement though. He said dark skin. That's half the planet. Eyes and then hair. Like I mean, most people got eyes. Most people got hair, bro. Like
but I mean like darker eyes, darker features. I know what he's saying. Darker features aren't limited to just Africa, particularly sub-Saharan Africa, which is a fact. That's a fact. I don't think that's what we're saying.
Take air conditioning. There have probably been few things that have done more to pussify humanity
Oh, come on, bro.
Yo, fuck you. I'll
Don't even do me like
die.
that now.
Yo,
Don't
listen,
even do
Black
me like that
listen,
now.
Black
God
Guru.
damn.
I'm actually biracial. You fuck around and get rid of the air conditioning, I can't survive. I die.
Well, hey, secretly though, PK, Black Guru was like, "That's my point."
Air conditioning radically disproportionately enhances women over men.
Yeah.
Because if you
can't have those office buildings without central air,
most of the work, most of the strenuous kind couldn't be performed by women, or not to the number that are performed by men. So air conditioning, well, I would say the HVAC system overall, because you can make similar sort of arguments about heating as well.
You know we made that, right?
But because you have heating, you have very efficient, very comfortable heating, very efficient, very comfortable air conditioning. Certain parts of your skin, you're not as rough as you would have to be if you didn't have those things.
Well, I don't know because you could, I don't know about that because you could make that same argument for what we depict to be, like we mentioned earlier. You know what I'm saying? You're what the? Why do I keep forgetting the name of these fuckers?
Oh, PK, can I go after PK?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
You know what I'm saying? The white motherfuckers, or what we perceive to be white motherfuckers, in ancient times, whatever the fuck they were, right? I can't remember. You know what I'm talking about, though?
No, the Neanderthals.
Yep. What we perceive to be them. I don't know if that's necessarily true, right? So, for instance, they were.
Well, I mean, how white were they though? And
I don't
where were
fucking
they
know. They were supposedly.
Every time I see them, they're portrayed as whitish.
They are, yeah.
If they were in Switzerland, they damn well gotta be white.
Not really. I mean, they couldn't necessarily been that. They could have been like a tan color. You know what I mean? Then, like, think about it.
There's no way. You want to know why?
In Iceland,
it'd be tan. You can't do it. It's not possible. Yeah. There's no way. So the thing is that, like I said, it's kind of, I don't know, man, because there's the thing, like, if you're a Neanderthal living in, fucking,
Norway.
Norway or something, like, there's no fucking way.
Fucking Russia.
Or excuse me, there's no fucking way. Your pigment.
Low blow, Mr. Z.
Wet. There's no way. Not in those times.
No, not just. I mean, like the whole.
Or, excuse me, in that place,
Northern
Europe,
Europe.
cold as fuck.
Because think about it. Norway, Finland, Denmark, all of that, right? Sweden, like the whole that is like as cold as you. No, actually, Russia, Iceland, like this is like as cold as you could get, where people live, right? Alaska, anything outside of these places, and like even those places are pretty much borderline uninhabitable, especially like Alaska. Like this time of the year, you can't do anything. Right?
That's when you get cabin fever.
You see?
Which is why, sure, like, for instance, why you tend to find mixed peoples, or people that are considered to be, mulatto today, in generally pretty habitable climates, and even if they do get hot, they have ways to mitigate against the climate because it's hard for them to exist otherwise. It's just a fact. Like, you can't. I mean, even if they did exist there, the issue is that they have to move the fuck around. They can't actually stay in those environments over long periods of times and exist for long periods of times in those environments, unless it's a decent environment for them to be.
All right, you guys.
One place.
Real quick, Black Guru and everybody else. Real quick, Black Guru. Mr. Z is getting down to 20% battery life on his phone, so everybody start working on your closing statements. Yeah.
Plug it into the charger.
No. The problem is it starts to overheat. Like PK knows this, but it's a problem.
Yeah, I've been.
So you can charge it. You can continue charge it, and then eventually it starts to overheat, and it refuses to take the charge after a while. So yeah. So Black Guru, you were about to say something, and then we start doing our closings. Go ahead, Black Guru.
Well, one of the things I was going to say is one of the places that has probably the most interesting mix of climates that maybe best facilitate a mixing of people, if you will, is significant parts of the continental United States.
Yep.
Because you do have a variety of climate here, and you do have, in some cases, milder climate effects than you have in
south of the
either,
Mason-Dixon,
Alaska, or in South America or South Saharan Africa. So if you have
welcome
a place
to the
where you
South,
want people to mix, the continental United States is maybe as close to optimal for that purpose as there is.
Well, in multiple places for sure. There's we already know. I mean, we can see this. It's self-evident when you look across the fucking world. You look to places like Asia, you look to places like South America. Some of that is artificial, right? But some of that is actually would have been produced somewhat. When we speak to Asia, it would have been produced naturally. Would have been produced
shout out to you brothers in the shout out to you brothers in Minnesota with your honey boo boo built white women. Go ahead.
Yeah, you get to America. Yes, it would have been produced naturally. In parts of Europe, it would have been natural. In parts of Africa, it would have been natural. In parts of the Middle East, it would have been natural. It's just there are certain climates that people are able to acclimate to easier. Mixed peoples are able to acclimate to easier by virtue of the climate, right? I mean, like, let's just be honest.
Because you have more diversity.
I think it's two things to mixing. One, you have to have a climate, but you also have to have a terrain that's easily traversable, so that you get interaction between different people groups. So, like, if you think of the Middle East, like, there was always the Egyptians trying to conquer Hittites and so on back and forth. But it was always that
Assyrians, Akkadians, all that other foolish stuff.
Even in the Americas, like the Panama Isthmus, like the Aztecs, the Mayans going up and down. And anytime you have those type of conditions where it's a relatively good climate and honestly good land that I want to get that up off you, you go.
The land, the habitat, the animals, right? The game or whatever they call it, right? If all of that is conducive to a better population, look out because people are coming. Look out because people are coming, right? So anybody y'all want to make things and whatnot? Wait, before we do that, Indigo Flow says, I'm sitting here laughing to myself of the detractors creeping on the stream, mad and confused because they weren't hearing any misogyny. Why is this not up? Give me a second, y'all, because it didn't show up. Let me
I'll read it for you.
On the screen. Come on.
I'll read it for you, Mr.
No, it's supposed to be popping up on the screen while I play. There it goes. Okay, yeah. I'm sitting here laughing to myself, thinking of detractors creeping on the stream, mad and confused because they aren't hearing any misogyny. How dare you disappoint them? I know, right? Like because I said it, like, in the manosphere, we talk about like we literally spent damn near 2 hours speaking about the out of Africa theory, the freak. We speak about mixing bloodlines. We're speaking about like societal factors. We spoke about technology. We spoke about like blue. Well, when we did speak about red pill and black pill, we spoke about how people would comport themselves in those particular environments. Like, we're not them over there. They talk about makeup and leveling up and how black men ain't ish and worshiping white men. We're not.
Jim Maxon and shit.
Okay. Funny enough, Indigo Flow. Yeah, exactly. Like, we're literally speaking about we literally spoke about the present, past, and the future in a pretty much 4-hour stream. I'm just saying. All right, y'all go ahead and make your closing. Thank you, Indigo Flow, for the super chat. Exactly.
Here's my closing statement.
You want to go first? Let's do this.
I'm a hop
PK,
off.
then Gil Gammy, and then everybody else.
I'm a hop off, bro. If you're missing out on the misogyny, bro, just look for me, bro. I got you, bro. Just high five me, bro. I got you, bro. Listen, if you want it for real, bro, listen, ask for it, and I will
PK just walk in the door.
Listen, I got you, dog. I don't know, like, do you want me to do it outright and blatant, or you want me to give you okay, so listen.
Well, you know what? Mr. Z doesn't police how people speak as long as you're not advocating for, some type of extreme violence or anything like that. But go ahead and do your thing.
God, no. Fuck no. Listen, man, listen. Okay, the misogyny is that, I mean, we want to make a world that is essentially acclimated for women primarily and only. That's the problem, the only part. If we make this world then we'll end up with an extreme issue, because men throughout all time in history do not work that way. It fundamentally rubs up against biology. It fundamentally rubs up against natural, physiological, and really you go down a list. There are a list of problems with these ideas. So it's not going to work. I mean, like, men better than women. Fuck you. I'm out. Misogyny. There you go. Men better than women. You got it.
15% battery life. So let me tell you this, PK. You know what they heard? Get in the kitchen and make me a sandwich. You tried to say, you tried to be real calm and collected, and you weren't instinct. But what they heard was get in the kitchen and make me a sandwich. That's what they heard. All right, go ahead, Gil Gammy.
Okay, so to follow up on PK, to add somewhat of the misogyny, especially when it comes to so one of the things that I observed that women do not comprehend because they don't have enough foresight is that if, for example, the condition with feminism and the Mars utopia going worldwide would reach a certain point, men through technology will look a way to save themselves with ectogenesis, the Genesis chamber that we observe, for example, in Men of Sin movies. Women do not anticipate that the problem-solving abilities of men can enable them to reach a point when they render actually women obsolete for their own survivals. Sometimes you will hear women say something like, "We don't need as much men because few men can reproduce a lot of people with many women." But what the women don't understand. Yeah, the problem is that they don't understand that men control, produce, and regulate all the infrastructures and the technologies. What is missing on the side of men is reproduction. But through technology, men can essentially produce new humans in a lab. And that will be what will be considered a total biological victory. Exactly. In other words, there will be new children of men who will not become children of women.
Somebody's background.
Who's background?
Hey,
that wasn't me.
Oh,
my bad,
bad.
man. I had a call come in.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead and go. Finish up your game.
Yeah. So if the technology keeps on progressing and the only solution that men find is to produce new humans artificially, women will essentially become irrelevant for the many tens of thousands of years to come. As if you remember in the scene of Men of Steel, when Joel told Zod that they reproduce naturally, he was saying that for many tens of thousands of years, there was not a single natural birth. Because once you reach a second degree of technology, you won't actually need to go back to the old ways, which is something that women do not understand.
Yeah.
Women do not actually understand that their power over men requires their proximity and certain degree of usefulness to men, which is not as much on some degree on the other way around, which is actually something that they should be more concerned than men for the aftermath of their own bullshit.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
if I can their
add
own doing.
In my
Go ahead, Black Root.
Topic to Gyogamy. And that is, I agree with everything you said. I think the other thing, though, that women should be equally concerned about is more, or if not more, concerned about it. And we see it manifesting in technology or men's interaction with technology. And that's the notion or the mechanism, if you will, of sex and love. Once men figure out and we see, through technology, through virtual, through what do you call it? Robotic.
Yeah.
Fleshlights and all this. Men looking at different ways to transfer that particular kind of energy away from you. Well, I would say natural females. I don't even know what the hell that is these days.
What does that mean?
I don't even know.
Talk about postmodern and post-structural.
What we used to presume was a natural female. Maybe that's the way I'll characterize it. But energy is being transferred away from them collectively to other beings. So when you combine the men abandoning love and sexual satisfaction from women with, as Gayogami described, alternative reproductive options, then why do you need a woman at all? Why do you need a female?
Yeah.
I'm in danger.
And I started thinking like Roger, man. I'm thinking like Roger. I may have to go knock her off the boat.
Hey, I look, that was a dark statement that Raj made, but it was real as hell.
Oh, I was for it, bro. Like I was handcuffing in the background.
No, it's real.
You know what men are gonna do in that situation? They're gonna keep some women on the boat.
Yeah.
And they're going to keep some women on those boats for some basic reasons.
They're not going to be happy to be on that boat.
They're not going to be happy to be on that boat. Yeah,
but they'd rather be on that boat than anything the alternative.
That's debatable. That's debatable. Right? And
some will go down. Best believe some stuff go down.
Yeah. And that's unfortunate because okay. Like I said way earlier, it's the lack of foresight, and it's because when I listen to some of them speak, you can see they can consider what you're saying. They disagree vehemently. They're angry about it, but they get it. Now, the way they express understanding it is by trying to terraform the world in a way that they don't have to be reliant on you. So this is where Kim from Fort Harriet come in, right? In Khadijah, like, Khadijah's queer. I don't got to worry about what men think because I don't even interact with them on that particular level. Then you got the
wait, Mr. Z. Oh, you fell off, Mr. Z. Can you hear me?
I'm just gonna make sure I make enough money to not have to worry about What happened?
Mr. Z.
You went out for a minute.
You fell off. Okay, not only that. Listen, Mr. Z.
Yeah.
Imagine Steph Cole or Khadijah on the boat, bro. They not gonna be happy, bro. I don't care.
But I mean, at that moment, if we about to jump on the raft and we just grabbing whatever random woman is closest because we're thinking about the fun part or the reproduction part because we don't know what's gonna happen off of this boat. At that point, it doesn't matter what you're grabbing because you're thinking about progeny in the future, and she might not be happy, and it's gonna go down on the boat, like Uru said, and you're gonna have the offspring, and it is gonna be what it's gonna be, right? So but I'm bringing that up to say, at least currently in this current environment, there are those that are trying to make themselves not reliant on you as humanly possible so that they could tell you F off. And it's just like we have the concept of FU money. FU money stretches into gender and sex and relationships also. The problem is we're talking about misogyny. We're putting women in the point where enough of them are comfortable enough to stick the middle finger up at too many men, which screws over the men and the women and the unborn children or born children that end up being in a relation, being born to a mother that told the father F you, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, okay, that was my little ramble. Who are we missing? Zulu, you didn't give your closing. I think Better you didn't give his closing. Who else we got?
Admiral Smoke.
Sandog, if you want to go ahead. Mr. Z is down to 12%. So let's
I'll do this. What I would say is this, right? When you're talking about
Sandog next Sunday, I promise. Go ahead.
Okay, so back to Title VII, right? When you're talking about the hijacking of affirmative action, basically what that did was now civil rights, especially in America, is now an overcorrection. Because at least for me, if you follow the history of feminism, it was never actually about, let's say, achieving equality with the everyday man. It was about guys who were in the top, 10% and 5%. Because early in American history,
exactly,
your everyday white guy doesn't own land. Your everyday white guy can't even vote, right?
Yep.
And then black men were just in the dumpster, right? And so now once these women take over that, now what happens is, if you look at America, civil rights and everything now is about somehow not being in the the top 10 or 5%. It's no longer about fixing the material condition of people, right? It's about it's more or less of, okay, what, you know, I deserve to be here, or I deserve to be there. And so now, as a result of it, right, a lot of American problems could now be deemed as overcorrections, which is why you now have a lot of pushback, right? Because civil rights has somewhat been mired into what is now the politics of women. And again, a lot of you guys are Republican. Again, I'm not trying to bring you to the Republican cause or recruit you. All I was just trying to tell you guys in the past was to be a little bit utilitarian in your thinking, right? Because in the Republican Party, you're still black or Negro, which means that there are things that you can get done over there under your own agenda, as opposed to be mired in everything else, right? So those are Sand Dogs' thoughts, and then Mr. Z, I'll holler at you, God willing. You know,
just check me on email. Like I said, I fully woke up today telling myself I'm gonna do 2 streams, and I was gonna be off by at least 10:30. That way I could go take a power nap and then come back and do the stream at 1. And as you can see, that failed because 1 o'clock is for me is about 7 minutes away. Let's see what happens first, 1 o'clock or my phone dying. Okay, so let me actually
when you get that.
Let me get the last word. Then.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, let me do this real quick. Irv, thank you for the Cash App. Thank you very much, brother. And Shannon B, thank you for the Cash App. And she said, I agree with Dr. Thunder.
Okay. Well, just first and foremost, at the beginning, I should have gone. Hello?
Yo.
Oh, dang, I think Z.
He's back. He's back.
Oh. Kicked out of my own damn stream. I don't know.
Z?
Yeah. But so thank you, Irv, for the Cash App. Thank you, Shannon B, for the Cash App. Shannon B agreed with Dr. Thunder. So I guess that's her saying Mr. Z go back to school also. So I gotta make sure that none of my people hear this stream. Not my best friend, not my homegirls, not my girl. Nobody need to hear this stream. Everybody on me. But okay, let's do who's next? I don't know if Better you said anything yet. Okay, go ahead, Namer, and then we'll just go ahead and
Better you want to go first?
I'll go ahead.
Go ahead.
So I think really what you have here is a subversion of a failure to understand the innate natural desires of men and women. Social engineering that has pushed narratives and a societal framework that frankly has made everybody miserable. And shit, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. It's probably gonna trigger some women, especially if they listen to the show. But I feel the key to understanding men, understanding this whole situation in America today is submission. And truly understanding what submission is from a theological prospect, where it's one, a woman giving respect and reverence for their mate, companion, man.
Sacrilege. Go ahead.
And oh no, they get the far better deal. The women want to be a man, because the man's job is, if you want to really break it down, he's called before anything else to die for that woman and to love her as he loves himself.
Yeah.
So really,
they want both and Better you. They want both and.
you don't want it both ways.
You can't have it both ways.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, keep on. You go. You good.
No, I was saying, like, it's like when dudes show up in the action movie, like, yo, you got hard dick and bubble gum, like you got to pick what you want.
One or the other, player. One or the other, right? For real. So yeah, I mean, go ahead. Who Better you? Were you done or?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay,
I'm done.
All right.
So I'm trying to get in and get out.
All right. I think what Zulu or Namer, go ahead, and then I guess Zulu, you the last up.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I forgot. Yeah, we always keep forgetting that shit. But if women, I mean, I think they need to bring back one particular series based on the comic book that got canceled like in 2021. Why the Last Man?
Why the Last Man?
Why the Last Man? That was running on. I think it was on. Forgot it. I think it was on
8%.
FX.
Keep going, we got 8% battery life.
It was on FX. They broadcast it on FX in September until November, but it got canceled after 10 episodes.
Oh, but it was good though.
It was good. That show would have showed women why you should be appreciative of all men. But unfortunately, they canceled because they didn't want to hurt the woman's feelings. But maybe they might have to bring that show to make women realize you done fucked up.
Yeah.
Now you're not gonna have any babies.
Yeah.
So peace out and a hot bottle of hair grease. G. I'll be meet you later.
All right, guys.
Yeah. Geez, that's the let me read this real quick. Well, actually, Zulu, go ahead and I'll read this at the end.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go in this. I like basically right now. This whole necessarily shows about the flaws of the past and the flaws of the present. For me, necessarily, I want to see the problems of the future. So I say necessarily, if you want to have the opportunity to take your mind off some stuff and actually get loose, look at the book. What is it? I think it's the 3-Body Problem. It's by Chinese. Yeah, 3-Body Problem by I think it's a Chinese writer. For me, I think that's probably one of the most terrifying yet beautiful stories I think I've ever read. I've ever got the chance to write and written. But definitely. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and get up out of here though.
All right, Zulu, thanks for coming up, brother, and thank you for everybody coming up. And I think Trell Bentley is saying the show that Neymar was speaking on was on FX and Hulu, so it's also on Hulu. And Gilgami, thank you, because I wanted to save this for last because it's funny as hell. And Gilgami said supporting black men media, plum wine and chicken. And you know what's funny? I'm really trying to think, what am I gonna go get to eat? Or what am I? Let me see if my lady gonna cook something. Let me see if I'm gonna get something to eat or if she gonna cook something. And then go take myself to sleep because I do have work tonight. You know, so and thank you very much for that, Gilgami. That's hysterical and it's fitting. That is me. Yeah, necessarily, right, bro. Bro, I'm not gonna say it because we know who Zulu is, but we already know if you don't say this word, you ain't Zulu. You imitating. We know who you are. Well, we don't know who you are, but you ain't Zulu, right? Right. We know. And it's funny because like Zulu jumped on Art New Style channel. This had to be this is when he was in Africa, when the brother was in Africa, and it said Zulu on the thing, and I don't think Art recognized him, and Art was like, "Who's this Zulu person?" And I was like, if he say necessarily 1,000 times, I know who that is. Right? Shout out to Zulu. But you know, I'm gonna close it on out because we about 6% battery life right now. So thank y'all for listening in for a 4-hour stream. Jesus Christ, this is my longest stream. This is ridiculous. Right. Yeah. So thank you for listening in. Thank you for listening into my monologue in the beginning. Thank you for BGS and Black Uru, the elders coming in, Gilgami, Sandog, everybody else here, PK, everybody else here, Better You. Thank you for Kareen being in the comments. I think Toya was in the comments too. Thank you for listening, Shannon B. So I got ladies listening in. Thank you, ladies. Yeah, so and Dr. Thunder, and I'm definitely considering going back to school because I think I have to. I'm just trying to work my life around it, you know, trying to figure out how this is gonna go because I'm gonna have to take a pay cut for the short term, but I think it will be well worth it in the long run, right? So yeah, and thank you, Black Uru. Black Uru said great show, Z. Thank you. Oh yeah, and thank you for the I think I got like a couple of cash apps that I gotta read off before. Yeah, and thank you, Black Uru, for the cash app. And yeah, y'all, thank you. What's that? Did Khadijah just drop another video? Y'all watch out because I might be doing a stream later. Yes, she did. Okay. So maybe on my way to work tonight, I might be doing another stream. But it looked like Khadijah just dropped another video, so let's see what she's talking about. Jesus Christ. Eagles got this. So my maybe one day future father-in-law is a big Eagles fan, so yeah, so he's stoked about it. He's been talking about it all week. So yeah, yeah, and you know, Mr. Z is not a sports guy, so I just got to take his word for it. It's very interesting. So we will pause right there. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, so y'all can have a better understanding of the world, so y'all don't sound like some of these people, and y'all could not worship white women the way some of these women of color worship white dudes and act like they don't. I'm just saying. All right, y'all. Have a great rest of y'all day. All right, Mr. Z out.